Hello, everyone. So I can see the number of viewers has drastically gone up. I wonder why. I may have an idea about this. So I think that Alice is already here. I'm excited. I'm also a bit nervous. So I'm gonna add you to stage, Alice. So hi.
Hello.
Hi, it's so nice to see you here, and thank you so much for being here with us and for joining Aces Never Sleep. I really love what you're wearing. It looks so cool. I refrained. It's even cooler than I imagined. You will notice that I refrained from trying to pick an English word for it because I know that there are geographical and linguistic differences about what the name of that is. So I didn't want to risk. So there's so many people already.
Yeah, gosh. Wow.
Yeah,
That's pretty cool. Good everyone.
I really imagined that. So just a heads up, since this is the third link, and I know for sure that there are some new people here that just joined the stream. Just wanted you to know that we may put comments up on the screen, especially if you make interesting comments or you pose questions. So if you're not comfortable with your YouTube nickname being on the screen, please be mindful of that. And keep in mind that also this live stream is recorded and will be available for the future on YouTube. So if you're not comfortable with your YouTube nickname being there, be mindful of that. So hi, hello, welcome everyone, and we are so happy you are here. My name is S, my pronouns are she, her, and I am from Italy, and I'm part of an Italian ASPEC advocacy group in Italy. And I don't think that you need any introduction. This is a rhetorical question, but Alice, would you like to introduce yourself to the lovely chat that is here for you?
Yeah, of course. So hello, everyone. Thank you so much for coming. My name's Alice Osman. My pronouns are she, they. You probably know me best as the author, illustrator of Heartstopper graphic novel series and the TV show. But I'm also a published author of young adult fiction, including Loveless, which is an Arrow Ace coming out story. And also I've written 3 other novels, Solitaire, Radio Silence, and I Was Born for This. And I myself am Arrow Ace, so I'm very excited to be here today to just talk about my books and being an Ace creator and all that stuff. So yeah, it's going to be fun.
Yeah, I'm really excited about this. The chat is gonna write all sorts of questions. We already know that. We will try to answer as many as possible, but we have 1 hour or a bit more, as depends on how you're feeling. We also received some questions on Instagram already. Like that was the most viral Instagram story we made. And so I put some of the questions here on this piece of paper. And there are some questions I really, but there's one comment there. I understood that I am ace reading Loveless. Thanks, Alice.
That's
so
amazing.
It's always amazing to read comments like that. I wanted to start with a question that we received on Instagram that is, if it's not too invasive, how are you, Alice? We were asked to ask you this on Instagram.
Love that. Yeah, I mean, I'm okay. It's been busy work time for me over the past many years. But yeah, I'm doing okay. At the moment I'm working on the final volume of Heartstopper, volume 6. That's sort of the main thing that I'm doing at the moment, which I love. still love making Heartstopper, even though I've been doing it for nearly 10 years. So that's a lot of fun. And of course, many people know that we're working quite hard to get the final season of Heartstopper off the ground. So there's been a lot of work involved in that behind the scenes. But I'm feeling okay. There's definitely been some ups and downs over the past year, but right now I'm feeling pretty good, happy with what I'm working on. So yeah, could be worse.
Great. One of the questions we received the most on Instagram was actually any updates about season 4. So yeah, you have already mentioned that, but I kind of felt obligated to ask this question because like so many people wanted to know.
No, and I totally, it's been 6 months since season 3 came out, so I completely understand everyone wants to know what's going on and wants final confirmation of whether it's going to happen or not. And I wish I could share at this point, but I can't. But all you need to know is the work is being done. We are feeling hopeful. We're feeling optimistic about it. And I really hope we'll get to share some final news sometime soon.
I see that we have a comment on screen. Would you ever do a spin-off of maybe Solitaire, like a Solitaire film? I love to this that we received many questions about whether you would, there are some of your works that you would like to receive an adaptation, hopefully, and which are they? And also another question that is related to the one that was on screen is, many people asked, are you going to write more about the Heartstopper universe? Are you going to expand on? So these are two things I wanted to ask you. Like, what is another of your works that you'd really like to see maybe in an adaptation? And also, what is the universe in which you'd like to make spin-offs and write more mini comics? Of course, many people asked about Heartstopper, but personally, I'm here praying for my personal dream of a spin-off from Loveless that I'm not going to share because I will just hope.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like my answer for this changes all the time. Like, it would be amazing to do a Solitaire movie, but then I'm not sure, like, quite, I can't quite picture it super easily in my mind. I worry that it's sort of been done before in other kinds of movies, but maybe I'm overthinking it. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe a radio silence series would be really cool, or an I Was Born for This movie. As for spin-offs, I don't know. I have no idea what I'm going to do post Heartstopper. I'm sure Heartstopper has such a big, expansive world. I'm sure there will be, whether it's just little comics every now and then or little short stories, I'm sure I will continue that universe in some regard, even after the main books are complete. But I love the idea of, again, writing some short stories about characters from my other novels like Loveless. I've always said that I Was Born for This should have a sequel. I've been talking about that for literally years and years at this point, but I still believe that I Was Born for This should probably have a sequel, especially now that I know so much more about the world of like fame and celebrity worship and all of that kind of thing. But yeah, in summary, I really don't know. I have no plans at the moment post Heartstopper, so I'm just going to focus on Heartstopper for now and then see how I'm feeling once that's all done.
Thank you. There's a comment I saw passing through. Now I can't see it anymore, but I remember it, and it also was related to a question we received on Instagram that I found pretty interesting. Like, someone asked, how did you get the inspiration for Heartstopper, and did you expect it to become such a global hit? They asked it in the chat. Mm-hmm. And on Instagram, we were asked, did Heartstopper turn out as you wanted? That's a question I found interesting. Like, when you started, Of course, did you imagine it would be such a global hit? But also I wanted to ask, is there something that became different, like the characters, the stories took a different direction that you yourself didn't imagine at first? And what happened? How did you feel about that?
So Heartstopper, for those who don't know, I'm sure many people know this story already, but Heartstopper was originally a spin-off of my first book, Solitaire. In Solitaire, Nick and Charlie are characters. They're kind of secondary characters. They're already in a relationship and you don't really know how they got together or much about their relationship outside of the main story. When I finished writing Solitaire, I loved these two characters and I just thought, I have to tell their origin story. And eventually that turned into Heartstopper. I started making it as a webcomic. And it just kind of grew and grew from there. It became something so much bigger than I ever imagined. And it's been a lot of fun. And it's gone from a little side passion project to being literally my main job now, which is kind of crazy. As for what is maybe unexpected about Heartstopper, I think honestly just how big the story has become. I remember when I first started Heartstopper, I talked about it a lot to my friend Ren James, who's also a writer, and I told them that I was planning for it to only last for a couple of years. This webcomic, it would all be done, maybe a year or two. It would only take me a couple of years to make it, and now I'm literally 9 years into making Heartstopper, just because I've just had so many more ideas and so many more characters have come in. It's just become huge and so much more expansive than I ever thought it would be. I thought it would always just stay focused on Nick and Charlie and be a very simple getting together story, but it's become so much bigger than that, and that's the fun of it. So yeah.
There's something. What was it like seeing your characters come to life on screen? Someone is asking. I'm always trying to get from the chat, from the live chat, like the tech support team is putting the questions on the screen, and I also try to add some question from the Instagrammer, like representing the people of the Instagram stories.
Yeah.
Someone else asked, and I think it's linked to this question: what made Kit and Joe stand out as your pick, or I don't know, whoever picks for Charlie and Nick?
Well, I mean, seeing characters come to life in live action is very weird, very weird, but very cool. I think one of the most magical moments in the whole process for me was the first in-person audition that we did for all of the roles, because we were casting during the pandemic, so most of our auditions were on Zoom, but then right at the end we tested everyone and then were able to get everyone, all the 6 lead characters into the same room to do a couple of group scenes, and then they did scenes in pairs, so like Nick and Charlie, Town L, Tara Darcy. And yeah, that was just kind of mind-blowing. It was really amazing. Oh, that's a really lovely comment from Analia. Thank you. Yeah, it's amazing, but that's because the cast are so perfect in those roles. If they hadn't been, then it probably would have been much weirder and difficult for me to get my head around. But of course, we all know that the cast are perfect in those roles. As for what Kit and Joe bring, I think, I've said a version of this many times before. We saw so many boys audition for Nick and Charlie. Obviously, we wanted to find the perfect people, and what a lot of those boys were amazing actors, but they interpreted the characters not quite in the way that I see the characters. A lot of people interpreted Charlie as being very shy, sort of very nervous, the sort of stereotypical introvert, awkward outcast character. Whereas I think what Charlie actually he has an element of that for sure, but he's also got a lot of self-assurance and confidence to go for what he wants and kind of hope that things are going to turn out okay despite all of the things that have happened to him. And I found Joe really captured that element of Charlie's personality and was able to balance both of those aspects of his character in a way that just made him Charlie. And as for Kit, it was kind of a similar scenario in that a lot of people interpreted Nick as the stereotypical jock character. You know, he's very hyper masculine and like, you know, he's the popular laddie character, which actually, if you read Heartstopper, you know that Nick's not really like that. Nick is kind of very sensitive and empathetic and wears his heart on his sleeve in some ways. So Kit, like, again, managed to encapsulate all of those layers of Nick Nelson and express them. And yeah, they're brilliant. So it all turned out great.
Yeah, I think they are amazing in the roles, actually. So I completely agree with you on that. There are so many questions. I know I'm going to feel very guilty about not seeing some of them. There's a question I wanted to ask you, always from the Instagram, and then I swear, chat, I'm watching you. I'm watching you. We are all watching you like a hawk, but we're trying. Someone asked, what character do you relate the most? Not just in Heartstopper, but like all your works.
Well, I have a very simple answer for this. It's a tie between Alid from Radio Silence and Georgia from Loveless. Both kind of quiet, you know, they're the friend who maybe sits on, you know, the skirts of the friendship group. Alid captures a lot of my like creativity, and Georgia obviously reflects a lot of my own personal journey with sexuality. So yeah, Alid and Georgia.
I'm very glad you said that, because I really wanted to, like, you have done so many wonderful works. Obviously, many people know you from Heartstopper, which is like amazing. I really love Heartstopper for so many reasons. First of all, also the fact that like we deserve some queer people being happy sometimes. Like there's also even like in the third season, there's a lot of also deep and complicated emotions, and I think you portrayed them in a very, very important way. But also, like when I watched the first season of Heartstopper, it was like, finally, some queer people allowed to be happy on the screen, because we're still in that idea that like queer people can exist only if they channel anxiety. But I also wanted to like talk a bit more about Loveless specifically, because I think Loveless has had a very important impact for the ASPEC community all around the world. And so I wanted to start from, what impact did it have on you? Like, how important was Loveless for yourself as an ace and arrow person?
Yeah, I mean, so important. It had a really long and difficult creation process. When I started planning Loveless, I initially thought it would just be a story about the power of friendship. And I didn't really imagine that it would focus on asexuality in the way that it eventually did. But as I was planning that, I realized that my own feelings about friendship and the power of friendship really stem from my own identity as an aro-ace person. You know, the knowledge that friendship would always be one of the most important aspects of my life in terms of relationships. And so the novel, as I was planning it, it kind of transformed into this coming out story. And I started leaning more and more into that. And I suddenly realized, like, there really aren't hardly any Arrow/Ace coming out stories. And by coming out story, I mean like a coming out story in the traditional sense, where a character realizes that they are this sexuality, goes through sort of a denial phase, then an acceptance phase, and then kind of comes out to people. And I've read a lot of queer books, and a lot of queer YA especially. But I'd read, for that reason, I've read a lot of gay coming out novels, but I'd never ever found an Arrow or Ace coming out novel that followed that traditional coming out novel structure. And I just felt that if I had seen that or read that when I was a teenager, it would have completely changed my own world. You know, when I was a teenager, I don't think I even heard the word asexuality until I was at university. And it was probably on Tumblr. Shout out Tumblr. So yeah, it was me kind of trying to make something that would have made my life better as a teenager. And hopefully it has had that effect on people. Yeah.
I feel like that's what motivates a lot of queer creators. Like, it's something I often hear. Like, I wanted to create what I would have wanted to have when I was a teenager, when I was a child, so that now LGBTQI plus teenagers and children can have that, can have what I didn't have. I feel like that's a very powerful and heartwarming emotion that I feel we express a lot as queer people, not like being envious of what younger people have, but like wanting to create something that we didn't have and we wanted to have. Personally, I can talk as an activist. Like, Loveless has had an enormous impact, because like I also wanted to know how, you know, aware you are of that, because Loveless told the story of an A race coming out, and so it made that kind of story come to light. And the problem is, many times us activists are a bit left in the shadows, because people don't talk about asexuality, don't talk about aromanticism. In many countries, I know, for example, in Italy, Loveless was the chance for us to have a space to talk about asexuality and aromanticism. We reached aspec people that thought they were alone in the world, and we had the chance, through your books, through your works, to show them that there is a community. I think that's an amazing connection between aspec creators and aspec activism. So I wanted to ask you a bit more about this, if you're aware of the impact that your books have had also on activism, or reaching out to other aspec people, not just in your country, but like all across the globe, and if you have maybe something to tell about that. Now, I have added that, like, in Italy, we had so many chances to talk about asexuality and aromanticism thanks to you, so thank you.
Yeah, I mean, that's so amazing to hear, and that's more than I ever could have dreamed for the book. I mean, I've had lots of messages from readers sharing their own personal stories, sharing that the book helped them come to terms with who they are, sharing that it helped them understand themselves a little bit better. Oh, that's a lovely comment. Thank you, Paul. And it's hard for me to really see the full impact. So that is really amazing to hear directly from you what kind of thing, what kind of impact it's been making around the world. I know, I remember getting an email from I can't remember who it was, but someone told me that my old university, Durham, which is obviously where Loveless is set, now has an asexual society. And I was like, that's amazing, because that's literally, obviously wasn't there when I was there, and it's not there when Georgia is there in the book. But now it is there, and I think they said that they were all reading Loveless together, and that's just so special. That I love hearing, people all reading the book together in a book club or just in a group of friends, and finding the community because of something that I've made is amazing. And I think that's so important for, aromantic, asexual communities, is making those new connections and those new communities, because we don't have enough. There needs to be more. So any opportunity to find a way to connect with other people who are experiencing what you're experiencing, and also sharing what you yourself are experiencing, that's really special and really important. And I'm very glad that I could help with that. Yeah.
Thank you again. There was a question from Anne here. Your work has a big meaning and impact on such a lot of people. Is there a book or series or movie or else that's having that impact on you?
Oh, that's a good question. Well, a couple of examples come to mind, just thinking generally about being aromantic, being asexual. I think one of the first books that I really saw myself in was a book called Summerbird Blue by Akemi Dawn Bowman. It's a YA novel that is not really about being aromantic or asexual. It's about grief. But alongside the main topic of the book, the main character, she has a sort of potential relationship with a guy, but then eventually realizes that she is aromantic and asexual. And I'd never seen that in a book, particularly that kind of story where you think it's going towards a romance and then actually it doesn't, and it turns into this amazing Aries coming out story. And that had a really big impact on me, just because I'd never seen anything like that in a book. The other example that I would say is an author called Sayaka Murata, who's the author of a book called Convenience Store Woman, which is a really popular Japanese novel. And she writes about asexuality, not in an explicit way, I'd say. I don't even know if she considers her characters asexual. I would have to read some of her interviews to find out what she really thinks about that. But her books are all concerned with women sort of feeling kind of outcasts or repressed by society's norms, and that includes sex and romance. And her characters often reject sex and romance, and I really related to that in a way that I often struggle to relate to most characters. So Sayaka Murata has definitely had a big impact on me, and I will read anything that she writes. So yeah.
So someone's written, Heartstopper, the first time I heard about sexuality, and it rocked me. Loveless impact on this 40 years old was healing, because I realized I'm not alone.
That's amazing. Oh,
that's so amazing. That's so important. I also wanted to show you this. Oh, wait. I'll have to translate. Oops. Thank you, As, for this. What was this person referring to? Thank you, As, for these very true words. As an Italian person, Alice's works have changed my life a lot, and the life of thousands of people. and they also helped creating a more cohesive and stronger Italian ASPEC community. So yeah, I agree with that. Also, as an Italian ASPEC community, we rock. I also wanted to show you this. Like, does Alice know Heartstopper and Loveless are part of the Portuguese Ministry of Education's National Reading Plan?
I knew about that, but I didn't know Loveless was as well. That's so cool. That is really cool.
That's amazing, honestly. So I have some other questions related. First, we talked about like your favorite, like, let's not say representation, because like you recommended some books that you relate to as an ARIS person. Let's talk about specifically explicit ASPEC representation. Someone asked, what is your favorite ASPEC representations beside your characters? So they are out of play. What is your favorite? And after that, may I ask if you can tell us an ACE or ABRE representation, like actual representation, that you really don't like?
Ooh, spicy. So, I mean, I've already talked about Summerbird Blue. Trying to think what else I really like. Do you know what? Actually, I really like, and this is a bit of this is a very different vibe, but I really like a book called The Charm Offensive. The author, I'm going to quickly look it up. Alison Cochrane, which is a queer romance, but one of the leads is demisexual. And I felt it was a really accurate representation of being demisexual, and it was really refreshing to read that in a romance, and to see some, like, you know, it's an amazing book. Even if it didn't have the asexual representation, it would still be an amazing book. But I've reread that book several times because it just feels really real and authentic. So I really appreciated that. But yeah, Summerbird Blue, Ikemi Dawn Bowman is still probably my number one, I'd say. And then I would probably say Convenient Store Woman, Sayaka Murata. Maybe, I mean, debatable whether that is explicit ace representation, but in my heart it is. As for ace rep that I don't like, that's tricky. I can't think of an example. I feel like if I read something I don't like the rep, I truly blank it from my mind and it's just gone. Yeah, I mean, I like, you know, there's Sex Education, the TV show, which I love. You know, I liked the ace rep in that show. I felt like the problems that it had were very related to general issues with there being too many characters. Like, they just couldn't really spend enough time with the ace characters to really get the nuance that I could feel the writers wanted from the characters. So, but even though it wasn't, you know, revolutionary ace rep, I still felt like it's valuable that it exists, and it definitely introduces a lot of people to asexuality who've probably never even heard of it before, and I think that's really important. So yeah.
Let me say I feel extremely vindicated now, because like I'm not gonna steal time. I know people don't want to hear me, they want to hear from you, but like, can I say that like every chance I have, I start ranting about how much I don't like asexual representation in sex education. especially, well, I don't like all, like Yasmin Benoit helped on that, and she has already talked about how there were some changes to the character that went against the idea she had and she brought to the table. So I can imagine that also that is not great to see on screen. But also, what was the girl name? Florence, right? I hate I hate that asexual representation, because I feel like that really felt like a token, like checking a box. Okay, now we have the asexual character. Now let's go on. She completely disappeared, and also I think there are a lot of people who can relate to Florence, and there's nothing bad about that, of course. But whenever we had some asexual representation, the only one we had was always the same kind of thing, like the dreamy girl who liked to go to do the theater lessons, but wanted to find the true love, but was scared because all the nasty teenagers wanted to have sex. And I'm so fed up with that personally. So I'm going to drop here that my favorite ace representation is from Heartbreak High, which I don't really like much as a series, but spoiler alert, I love the asexual representation. I love the character. I love Cash, because he has an actual plot. And also, after all the dreamy girls who want to find true love, seeing an asexual character running away from the police was what I needed, was the asexual representation I wanted. So I feel so vindicated now. So I'm going to stop rambling.
To watch list.
I'm going to stop rambling about my my love for Cash and my hate for Florence. Poor Florence. We have so many questions here. Some of the thank you, tech support. But then we'll also do a recap of everything you recommended. I also wanted to ask you. Many people asked also, they were very polite and asked, say whatever you're comfortable sharing, but also, how was your experience? Someone asked, how was your experience coming out to different people in your life? Someone, I think they are also in the live chat, asked about how much you're comfortable sharing about your race identity in daily life, how much it impacts your daily life. So if it's okay with you, some of the questions wanted to ask more about how you personally live and lived your coming out and your identity as an A-race person. Yeah, here is one of the questions.
Yeah, I mean, coming out, I think it was one of those things for me where I didn't really come out, or at least I didn't have many like sit down conversation where I was like, I'm asexual. You know, I very rarely had those. I only remember having that with one of my friends, which it just kind of came about in a conversation that we were having, and I ended up sort of sharing that. And I remember texting her later, just being like, "Oh, I'm really happy that I got to share that with you." And she was like, "Oh yeah, I'm so glad you did." And it was really sweet. But I think, like, for me, it's a little bit different in that I can kind of express myself through my art and my writing, and I can share aspects of myself that way, and then the people in my real life will see that and sort of think, "Oh, right, so yeah, she is this." And I never really had many more big sit down conversations about that. Yeah, it just came very, very slowly and naturally over sort of my early 20s, really. I didn't really start interrogating that aspect of myself until I was at university. So I didn't really know asexuality or aromanticism even existed until that point. So Yeah, but I always remember that one conversation that I had with my friend. So and you know, she's a straight woman. She didn't really, you know, know that much about it, but we ended up having a really long conversation, and yeah, it was great.
That's a very sweet memory. I understand you keeping it close to heart. I wanted to ask, what are your like relationship to the ASPEC community? If you have any, I understand that like being a famous person, it can be tricky to engage with the community. So I was curious about that, like if you engage with your local community or worldwide. Like you are engaging with the community right now, and we are extremely honored by that.
I mean, not as much as I'd like. I think I've struggled to really find those real life communities. Even really, you know, small scale. I don't really have any close friends who are aromantic or asexual, and that is tough sometimes. You know, I don't have anyone I'm really close to who I can really relate to on that deep level. And I live in quite a small town, so there's not, you know, there isn't going to be a local community group or anything like that that's near me. But I find, and also, you know, I'm not the most sociable. I like to stay home. You know, I'm a writer. I like to sit in my office all day. As I'm getting older, I find more and more that I do want to reach out and engage, and you know, that's why I saw your message and I was like, oh, I'd love to be a part of this. That would be really cool. But yeah, it's so hard to find those real life communities when you're aromantic or asexual, because there just aren't loads out there. And yeah, but I have connected many times with Yasmin Benoit, just through sort of media stuff, or Yasmin came to our Heartstopper premiere. I saw her there, and I saw her at Pride. And although, you know, we're not close or anything, but just seeing her and sort of having that interaction, and she does so much amazing work, and just seeing her and talking to her makes me feel like connected in a small way. So yeah, I always value seeing her, and yeah, but yeah, I'd like to do more, hence why I'm here.
Well, if you want to come to Italy, I won't say no. I'm gonna go with some other questions. I have also some questions that are more related to the writing process, advice for writing. I'm keeping them a little bit for the last part, because then we are having the chat about the writing and ace representation. So I thought that could be interesting, but we'll see. This I found interesting. How aware were you of Isaac's journey in the auditioning process or early season one? He and you mean the absolute word to me, I can understand. Was Isaac intended to be an aspect character from the get-go, or did he choose in some way the direction to take?
Well, it definitely wasn't something that I came up with immediately when I created Isaac. But I very quickly realized that that's where I wanted to take his character. And I remember having a conversation with Toby Donovan, who plays Isaac, before we started filming season one. I had Zoom chats with all of the main cast, and Toby came along and he had loads of questions about Isaac. He just wanted to know everything about Isaac. And he asked, like, what's Isaac's sexuality? And I said, well, I'm thinking maybe he's asexual, and that's kind of like the journey that we take him on. And I was a little bit nervous about saying that to Toby. I didn't, you know, maybe Toby doesn't know anything about asexuality, but he was like, yeah, that's really cool. Like, I'm really up for that. It would be really nice to have that representation. So that was really encouraging, and it kind of developed from there. Like, there wasn't really the space to get into it in season one, but then come season two, I knew that was where I wanted to take the character, and I could start putting that into the script and build from there. So yeah.
Can I ask another spicy question? As you said before, I was wondering, we talked about your favorite ASPEC representation and your least favorite. I talked about mine because I can't seem to shut up about that. And I wanted to ask, like, you clearly had feedbacks from the community about the representation. You have many characters in your roster that are some flavor of a spec. Of course, we're referring a lot to Isaac because it's one of your most famous works at the moment. But like in general, what were some feedbacks about your A-spec representation, the A-spec representation in your works, like the good one, but was there also some bad one that that made you at least think, yeah, I see your point. That's interesting. That's something I could reflect on and work on in the future.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, yeah, for sure. Like Isaac, obviously it's great to introduce asexuality to lots of people who haven't heard of it before, and I'm really proud of that. I don't think he's like a truly revolutionary ace character, and I don't want to suppose or imply that he is. One of the criticisms Isaac often gets is that he is a bit of a stereotype, like in terms of him being a book lover, introvert, bit socially awkward. And I think that's totally fair to say. Unfortunately, he is sort of based on me, and I am also a book lover, an introvert, socially awkward. I myself am a stereotype. But yeah, I think like absolutely fair to say that, you know, Isaac is not completely changing the game in terms of ace representation, and I'm very aware of that. Unfortunately, it just is the case. I think that's also why I'm slightly more sympathetic towards sex education, is that when you're making a TV show, you have a billion concerns, particularly when you're making a show that has so many characters, and Heartstopper has a lot of characters. And at the end of the day, Heartstopper is not about Isaac. It's mainly about Nick and Charlie. And I have to kind of prioritize in my mind. So yeah, it's very much a case of like, I'll always try my best with the resources that I have. And I'm proud of what Isaac stands for. And I'm proud that there's asexuality in Heartstopper. And I'm so happy when people relate to him and say that Isaac has really helped them. But he's just one piece of the puzzle that is, you know, the diverse representation that we need of aromantic and asexual experiences. We do need more nuanced, complex representation. We need more representation where it's the main focus of the story, that it's what the story is about. So I think that's probably more important. Actually, that's really what we need is a TV show or a film which is just about being aromantic or being asexual. And Heartstopper just can't achieve that just because of what it is, you know. Neither can sex education. And like, yeah, so it's something that I dealt with a little bit with Loveless as well, in terms of people wanted Loveless to give them everything, in terms of representation. And when people didn't relate to it, it kind of got denounced as bad representation. And I really took that to heart at the time. And I was so anxious about accidentally writing bad representation in Loveless. And I think I was overcautious actually when I reread it. I think you can tell that I was scared about being, you know, cancelled or declared to have made things worse for the community. But But nowadays, I think I worry slightly less about that because I know that what I'm making is just one tiny piece in the puzzle of all of the creators who are trying to generally improve Ace and Arrow art. So yeah, I think in conclusion, yeah, like absolutely, criticisms are so valid, and I usually agree with them. When people do criticize my work, I'm like, yeah, fair enough. But yeah, just doing my best with what I have and loving these characters anyway. So yeah.
Yeah. Thank you also for listening, but I understand that it can become like scary at times. There was a very maybe we need a Loveless movie. Someone wrote. There was a question that was very interesting about this thing. But first of all, I wanted to do a checkup with you. I wanted to ask how you're feeling, if you're tired, and if you'd like to stay a little bit more to chat with the people from the writing an Ace representation chat, or if you prefer to like close in the next 10 minutes.
Unfortunately, I think I am going to have to go just because I've got a billion things to do today, and I'm so sorry, but
it's no problem. I can.
Yeah.
I just wanted to be sure and ask. So I'm gonna like flare some of the writing related stuff now, and what someone wrote like is this: how do you handle the pressure of deadlines and fan expectations? Love you so much, by the way. Mentioning the word deadlines and then saying I love you so much is like bittersweet.
Yeah, I mean, deadlines are stressful. I feel when I was writing Loveless, deadlines were really, really the cause of my anxiety. I had to keep delaying when I delivered the first draft because I was finding it so hard to write. But I knew that I wanted the book to come out really soon, and the more I delayed it, the longer it would take, and it's very, very stressful. But I didn't realize how stressful deadlines could be until I started working in TV. You cannot miss deadlines in TV. If you miss deadlines in TV, they don't make the TV show. Like everything falls apart. So I feel like when I do go back to writing books, I will no longer feel any deadline anxiety because it will truly be nothing compared to what I've experienced working in TV. Fan expectations. Yeah, like it's stressful, but also it's fun. I love reading fan theories, fan opinions. I love to know what people are liking about the story, and equally in a sort of, masochistic way, I enjoy reading what they don't like. I wouldn't say enjoy, but I can't help myself. I have to know. And yeah, it's got to the point where Heartstopper is so big that it's just impossible to please everyone. There are always going to be some fans who don't like what I'm doing, who don't like where I'm taking the story or the characters. And that's something I've had to come to terms with over the past few years. That feeling when you see someone who's really going in about how they hate what you've done, it's hard. It's kind of heartbreaking to read that stuff, and but it's something that I've kind of had to get used to and accept. It's inevitable when you make something that's got such a big audience. But saying that, it is important to me what fans feel about the story, and ultimately I want to make something that people like and people want. With Heartstopper anyway. Maybe one day I'll get to the point where I'm like, I don't care what anyone thinks, I'm just going to make what I want. But with Heartstopper, it's so much of it is about giving people something that brings them joy, brings them hope. So what fans think is important, I think, for Heartstopper.
Yeah. I think that the Heartstopper brought joy to many people. I'm sad we didn't have time to talk more about like the depiction of DCAs in Heartstopper, because I think that it was extremely important, because there's not many stories and series that focus on that from a male perspective. So that was important. Personally, I think that was really important. I'm going to the, I think, last one or two questions, and then I'm going to let you live your life and do the things you have to do. So once again, apologizing to the chat for all the questions I didn't ask, but I did the best I could. You mentioned right now that like you can't please everyone. And you said that before, that like Isaac has been criticized a bit for being a stereotype, but then after all you said, well, Isaac is kind of like me. So when we want something to be everything, it seems like the things we feel are stereotypes can't exist anymore, but there has to be space for everything, but there's usually not. One question came on Instagram that was very interesting in this topic, and said, do you think that the lack of ace and aro visibility is also related to the fact that it's harder to portray someone not wanting to have sex or not wanting to have a romantic relationship? Personally, I think that's one of the issues, but it's a skill issue. Like we really have a problem with romantic plots and sexuality being the only plot point we can think of when we have to talk about a character. And so I think that impacts this a little bit. And I wanted to ask you a bit more about this. Do you feel that there's still too much focus on, almost that it seems sometimes that creators, allosexual creators especially, really don't know what to talk about when they can't talk about a traditional romantic relationship and attitude to sex?
Oh yeah, I mean, 100% agree with everything you just said. It is a skill issue. People don't know. Firstly, people don't, writers, I'm thinking of allosexual, alloromantic writers, don't know what it feels like to be aromantic and asexual, and so they struggle to imagine how a story could work if you are. I think sort of Taylor's all the time, writers have always lauded romance and sex as the sort of pinnacle of human experience, the most exciting, dramatic thing that could happen in a movie or a TV show. It's everywhere, and people don't know how to craft a story without it. I mean, obviously some people do, but a lot of people don't. So, like, yeah, I mean, for me, even I feel like I've been in that place. You know, when I was first coming to terms with who I was, even back then, I didn't quite know how to craft a story that didn't have some element of that. And I think who I was gradually seeped into what I was creating. You know, my first book, Solitaire, it is about this sort of interesting relationship between a boy and a girl that borders on romance towards the end, but then actually, is it romance or is it something else? You're not quite sure what the dynamic is. And at that time, I didn't know that I was asexual. But reading it back, it seems very clear to me that I was writing it from an asexual point of view. Yeah, I think, like, you know, all ideas are derivative in some way of the art and the stories that we have consumed before. And when people are consuming stories that present sex and romance as vital, it's no wonder people don't know how to write stories without it. And yet I feel like some of the most interesting stories, at least to me, are when there are characters who have those relationships that lie outside of the norm, outside of allosexual, alloromantic norms. I find that fascinating. And that's what I've really leaned into with those two characters from my first book, Solitaire, Tori and Michael. Even though back when I wrote it, I probably would have said, yeah, you know, they'll get together eventually. But now I'm like, actually, isn't it way more interesting that they don't? And, you know, do they kiss or do they not? Like, are they friends? Are they a couple? Don't know. That's way more fun. That's way more interesting. So there's a lot of interesting stories yet to be written when we cast aside the need for there to be sex and romance. Yeah.
I see. And thank you, Alice, for all the important and beautiful work you put out there to the world. It helped me so much and makes me so happy to feel seen in your characters. So I can't thank you enough. Yeah, as we can see, like some people feel seen in your characters like a lot, and that's important. I'm really happy about the fact that we discussed the spicy question though, because like I have read some criticism about Isaac as well, and that was interesting. I think we are very curious to see how the character develops, because like it's great that Isaac, we are always used to like token characters that are like, this is the token asexual character or a race character. We want to see this develop. It's not a problem if it's a stereotype, because so many of us are stereotypes, but we want to see it being having a plot. And so I'm very curious to see where it goes, because maybe it was just my impression, but like I felt that like Isaac has always been like a bookworm and a bit introverted, but like when the storyline about asexuality came up, that aspect of him kind of increased in the series. So maybe that's also what created a strange effect. So I think it will be interesting. I'm waiting to see more about Isaac, also because the actor portraying Isaac is amazing. I can't say.
And he cares much about that, which means a lot. Yeah.
I also like shout out to Kate for caring so much, also to the point that some fan behavior was not great. And I'm personally I am bi as well as ace, and I'm literally thankful to Kit for what he is doing for bisexual visibility, and so sorry that he was in a way forced in some ways of that. But this would open such a big topic. I fear that was our last question, because I don't want to hold you hostage. I just leaving you the mic if you want to say something to your fans or something to people who want to write queer stories or aro stories. Like, what are your words you're leaving us with?
Yeah, I mean, do it. Like, I mean, my writing advice is to just write the story you want to read, and don't care about what anyone else thinks. Like, don't worry about what's popular, what's trending. Just write that thing that you love. And if you love it, there's definitely going to be a bunch of other people out there who also love it. And that's kind of what I did. And now, you know, my work has blown up so crazily, I can't even comprehend sometimes. So just do it and have fun. Like, it should be fun at this point, but also stay determined and, like, you know, commit to things. It's hard. We live in this world where it's so hard to pay attention to anything anymore, and we're distracted all the time, and you just got to focus in and do the thing that you want to do, and the thing that you know will make your soul happy. So that's my writing advice. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Alice. Thank you for supporting IAD. It was very, very important for us to have you here. We really hope that we're going to do something more together, and that we will have also the chance to show you all the amazing things that the asexual communities, plural, are doing all around the world, because like IAD is something I love and I am personally proud of, and it made me create so many wonderful connections. So in any moment you want to be part of that, even like a small bit, we would be honored. So thank you again. And I will say that my dream for a spin-off is about Sumil and Jess, because I love the Allo Ace and Allo Aero friendship dynamic. So one day I will start writing fan fiction about that. So I will be the change I want to be in the world.
Yes, exactly.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So much. Bye.
Bye.
Okay, chat. Thank you. You have been lovely. I'm so sorry about all the questions I didn't ask, but thank you for all the support, for all the interesting questions. There are so many I would have wanted to ask. Since you're here, I really want to ask you to keep, if you can, keep watching the stream, or go away if you need and come back later. Check out the IAD socials, because we are doing like something amazing. Today there are so many amazing panels today. I'm so excited for what's coming next. So I hope that like your passion for Alice's amazing works can be also a way to get in touch, get in contact with IAD, with the Internationalized Sexuality Day network. So if you want, stay here. We will be very happy to have you. I think that we have already, Alice, giving you a heads up that I'm gonna add you to the stream now, adding to stage. And also CJ's Galaxy. Okay, I see she she switched the webcam on. I see that there are also two people here that are supposed to be for the relaxed chatting later. I just wanted to ask Catalina and Yezung if maybe the topic of ace representation and writing is interesting for them as well, because if they want, they can already join. Now we have a chat session in which we discuss specifically these topics, writing, comics, books, and ace representation. So if Yesung and Catalina, since they are already in the background, want to join for this as well, that's great. So I'm gonna go backstage and let you. I think that like Alice also gave some very interesting things to discuss. I was so nervous, so I'm probably leaving you here and going backstage for a bit, because like the adrenaline is kind of going down now. I wanted to thank everyone for being here again. And thank you, CJ, and thank you, Alice, for being here. So, backstage.
Okay.
Right. So we're on our own now. What topic do we want to start with? Reading, writing?
Well, I'm coming into this panel from the perspective of a writer. I've written a lot, including the Zoshi Paradox, which is on my subtitle. Hell yeah! But I don't know. I prepared. I promised I prepared.
Yeah, I did see on our Discord in the background behind the scenes, we were having a little bit of a discussion about what topics we wanted to talk about. And I mentioned that I wanted to talk about like micro labels and headcanons in the Hunger Games, since I personally on YouTube do a lot of videos on the Hunger Games. And I say recently, it was about a year ago, I spoke with Rachel from Angsty Ace on Hunger Games headcanons, especially asexual aromantic headcanons. But I'm also a writer. So did we want to start with headcanons and the importance of that? And then get into writing? Yeah? You can introduce yourself as well. Did you... Social Paradox.
I I feel like I did. I'm the creator and writer behind the Zoshi Paradox, which is a new podcast, which is on wherever you get podcasts. It's on YouTube, it's on Spotify. I don't know. I put it into an RSS feed and it does the work for me.
Right. Great. So micro labels, if you don't know about them, essentially asexuality and aromanticism can be an umbrella term, and then you get into more in-depth terms about across the spectrum. They're huge. And personally, when I've seen about the Hunger Games is Katniss being demisexual, demi-romantic. The word I see a lot is demisexual. And headcanons a lot. They're very important for representation since we have so little representation as well. So we love just grabbing onto anything that we can kind of get our hands on as well. So when it comes to Katniss, specifically her being demisexual, the whole idea is that she essentially doesn't start having any feelings for Peter until Peter Marlark, if you haven't read The Hunger Games, the love interest, until she becomes friends with him. Demisexual meaning that you need an emotional connection to someone before developing any sexual feelings, sexual attraction. And it doesn't go too in depth in that area, specifically about being asexual. But there's one term that I know that people point out so much is kind of the hunger she feels when she's interacting with Peter to be able to like kiss him. And it's fairly PG, The Hunger Games. Well, not with violence, but when it comes to romance and sex, it's fairly PG. Not with the violence, not at all. But yeah, it's a very interesting topic as well. Did you, Alice, know much about The Hunger Games or?
I am a huge fan. I read the first few books, the first 3 books when I was a teenager.
Yeah.
And then very recently I read Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes.
Yeah.
And then I've started reading the most recent one, Sunrise.
Yeah, I haven't read Sunrise yet, so no spoilers.
I know, I watched the video.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm like kind of a fan of your work. I'm sorry.
Oh, really? I was
yeah.
not aware. Well,
I saw your name on the Discord and I was like, is that the same CJ? Probably not.
Yeah, it is.
And then no, it is, yeah. But I find it interesting the whole hunger with Peter Malark, because Katniss's relationship with Peter starts with Katniss almost starving to death. And Peter, throwing her the purposely burned loaf of bread.
Yeah.
And so it's their whole relationship is built on hunger. And so it definitely makes sense that, she had that hunger to kiss him after after he sort of confessed the feelings to her, which really interesting.
Yeah, I didn't even consider that part, that like she hungered, like she had that hunger when she met him first, and that meeting essentially intertwined them together as well, that they would eventually form an emotional bond. And I think when it comes to, as well, Gale, that she doesn't consider him as a potential partner until later on, when she realizes that, or she has before the book as well, because who else would she choose, essentially, is the rhetoric that she brings up whenever comparing Gale and Peter, and that he is a friend, that her best friend in the books, as she describes him, and she only considers him because they're best friends, and she only considers Peter because once they've become friends. I think it's in Catching Fire, and I was just reading this recently in Catching Fire, that Peter says that he'll stop being, it's also in the movies, that he'll stop feeling so wounded so they can actually become friends. And that's when Katniss goes, oh, well, maybe I do want something more. And her she starts to untangle those feelings as well.
I definitely had that in just like personal experience. When
Yeah.
I was growing up, I would get really close to somebody, and then
Yeah.
there would be almost a pressure from family and friends to, oh, you should date this person, and I was like, okay then. And I would ask them out, and it would always
Yeah.
go terribly because I didn't have those feelings. And it took me a long time to untangle those feelings. And because of that, especially the first book where we're just meeting Gale for the first time, and Katniss is talking about her sort of non-feelings for Gale, where it's just like,
Yeah.
he's a really good friend, and I think that means that I should be with him? ?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that pressure to really be like to fit the norms, that we know that those norms, in a way, that they kind of do get a choice in the districts because they're not really paying attention to them in that way, but at the same time they're oppressed in a lot of different ways. They don't have choice, they do have choice. But it's something that was really like similar to my experiences. Like, I'm personally demi-romantic, asexual as well, obviously, otherwise I wouldn't be on the asexual live stream. But it's so similar to my experience with comparing to Katniss specifically, that every time I read it, I'm like, wow, yeah, no, I've definitely had those kinds of crushes. I've definitely felt the pressure, especially back in high school, when there was just that everyone around you was dating and having sex, and you're like, what do I do? I don't want to do any of that. And just trying to figure out your identity when everyone's telling you to do particular things to meet that norm. And having representation in literature is just really good. Even if it's just headcanons that you're finding that relate to your experiences, it just means that there are other people, whether they realize it or not, that they definitely have had those similar experiences as well. So you can relate to the authors in that way too. Yeah.
I mean, some of the biggest headcanons that I've had, and this is a frustration that I have with some ace representation.
Yeah.
The main one is in the Robin Hood books. There's a character called the Fool.
I don't think I've heard of this one, but yeah.
It's a sort of quite low fantasy series of books, following some like old magic, and they're really good books. They're really long, but they're really good. And there's this character called the Fool, and he's essentially like the king's jester. And I read them as both asexual and non-binary. But it frustrates me because he is also written as sort of non-human, and it's an issue that I have with a lot of headcanon ace stuff, where, like, you know, we've got Spock from the original series of Star Trek, we've got Data from The Next Generation, and Spock is Vulcan and Data is a robot. And they're the big sort of ace canons that I can think of, and it's frustrating because it sometimes makes it feel like the only way that people know how to represent ace characters is by representing them as alien, which isn't fun.
No, yeah, it's definitely not. And it's almost like whenever people, like allo people, are representing us, it's a feeling that it is an alien feeling to them, in the same way that romantic and sexual feelings are very alien to us. And it's like they're getting the taste of their own medicine in a way. But then because we're the ones that are like marginalized, we get like the full brunt of that discrimination instead of them. So it's definitely unfair, but it's like, I just love headcanons, and I love when people, low-key, this is very malicious of me, but I love when people get mad at you, like just like you have a headcanon and people are like, don't make everything gay. Why are you making everything gay? And you get to just have that, just people being mad at you.
That's
And
great fun.
it is, you get to have a bit of fun with it, and it makes the discrimination just a little bit better. Yeah. Any other headcanons that we can think of, or we can go into writing as well?
I don't have any other headcanons, but my partner actually pushed me to mention this today, which is one of the best forms of like actual intentional ace representation, which is Bojack Horseman did it incredibly well with Todd, and it's really interesting how they did it, and it's really natural. And I thought if they didn't show, because they don't show a lot of the side characters' inner lives, if they didn't have that scene, people would be forgiven for thinking that Ace is just Aloe, but they just don't show the inner workings of the relationship between him and Emily. And I'm really glad that they did actually go into it.
Definitely. I haven't watched a whole lot of Bojack Horseman, but as someone who's asexual, I have watched that scene as well. And I think that from my recollection, the scene has Todd speaking to someone that I think he was dating or was trying to date. Yeah. And the character essentially is like, what is going on here? And is really upset about the fact that their relationship isn't what they thought that it was. And it's the idea that aloes need to be able to kind of come to terms with the fact that there are people who feel differently to them. And seeing representation like that tells them more about us, and that it's not that we're broken or like really different. It's that we just need good communication to be able to have good relationships as well.
Yeah, I mean, I've been in relationships like that in the past where, you know, I have really loved and cared for that person, but obviously I'm ace. There is no sexual attraction there, and I feel retrospectively I feel quite bad for the people that I've dated in the past, because they did seem genuinely quite hurt. But yeah, you're right. Like, we need to have, well, the discussion needs to be opened for these sorts of, for this sort of communication to be possible. It's tricky. Media's a good way of doing that.
Oh yeah, and the more representation there is in different forms of media, the more people will see how to have those conversations. And you know, we just have to extend it into different, like everywhere, so that different forms of relationships can be really, we can have those words and develop those words. Like we have the labels, but how are aloes supposed to understand those labels without conversations and new words and new phrases and learning and representation? And there's so many different steps, but they're really necessary within media and popular culture to be able to have those healthy communications and boundaries within there. So accurate representation as well. I can't really think of like actual representation. Loveless, this is a good one. You know, Alice Oseman was just on here. You know, she's that area. I definitely feel like is how I figured out, like, definitely, like, that's definitely what my sexuality is. Like, I'd been questioning it for a little while and went, oh no, that is definitely, like, I share experiences with Georgia, and that is who I am. I don't know if you've read Loveless, or you. Of
course I have.
Yeah. Most of us have, or at least you've come across it. So what would your experience have been with Loveless and different representations as well?
So Loveless, while it was an incredibly good book, I related to a little bit less because I'm a romantic. And but there were definitely a lot of things that rang true for me in the book. Like Georgia's first kiss, and her experiences during it, after it. It just felt so real. Yeah, I mean, Loveless is just a fantastic book. As is all of her work. I'm a big fan of hers.
Definitely. Yeah, and just that feeling of awkwardness whenever you are in a situation that you're like, I don't feel quite the same amount of attraction as the other person in this situation, is definitely one of those examples, especially if you're asexual but not aromantic. Like I said earlier, demi-romantic, so not everything was accurate for me either. I think microlabels as well are really helpful in that sense, that when we have literature such as Alice Oseman's and Loveless, that microlabels kind of tell us that we don't necessarily have to relate to the same experiences as everyone in the community, because it's such a huge community as well, such a huge spectrum.
I guess we should talk about writing with asexuality now.
Yeah. I know you really wanted to get into topics, so I'll let you lead this part as well.
Well, I've mainly been thinking about it a lot because I'm deep in pre-production of season 2, and I've realized how much I've been struggling with writing down the experience of asexuality in a form that is still PG, because it feels like asexuality in media has to exist in opposition to allo people, and it makes it it makes it quite a difficult sexuality to talk about in a way that's not going to get age restricted in some way. Because you can talk about straight people easily, because that's how children are brought up, that's the default. You can talk about gay people, lesbian people, bisexual people, and you can do that in a very friendly way that's not going to get aged up at all. But asexuality, I feel like inherently, because it has to come into contradiction to allo people, it gets aged up just automatically, which is frustrating as somebody who is trying to do something where it doesn't get aged up, because then advertising just immediately goes out the window.
It's difficult in that way. I definitely, whenever I consider as well asexuality versus aromanticism, because obviously they're two very different sexualities that go hand in hand, that I feel like you can talk about being aromantic in that PG way, but you come across with being aromantic just characters who don't get into relationships and they don't date. You can just show them just not going on a date, being really close with their friends. Maybe they have like a whole group of friends in that way. But then when it comes to being asexual and talking about that in media that you want to be PG, like how do you show that in the way, and how do you combat that? How, I would be curious, like how are you going with trying to combat that? What ways have you at least attempted to do that?
I mean, the current draft has it heavily implied that the relationship between two characters is breaking down because of the lack of sex, right? Because but it's going past the implication, which I struggle with, and kind of towing that line. But yeah, just sort of implying it with I'd have to pull up the script to find it out, but it's currently with my editor. But yeah, just sort of like heavily implying it in sort of an argument scene. feels like the best way to do it, where people still get seen, but it doesn't get restricted in any way.
Yeah, it's like innuendos in a way. I would say, like, in the way that I would do it is like innuendos, but the innuendos that allos would understand, or people just in general outside the community, aren't really associated with being asexual. And you kind of, because it isn't the societal norm, it isn't an innuendo that we hear a lot and we're used to hearing. So it might just fly over people's heads in that way, and that would be something very difficult to do. And in talking about this subject, I'm realizing that, like, I'm in my own manuscript, I'm trying to write a novel who involves an asexual character, that I've not thought about how difficult it would be to keep something like that, to not put it like too high of an age restriction as well, that it would be so difficult. And that's something that you really have to take into consideration. I actually think there would be the same issue times 100 when trying to represent allos. That's definitely interesting as well. I think that's something I hear a lot about. The whole topic's interesting. What would you think about that?
I'm sorry, there's something beeping in the background, so I'm going to shut up for a second. There we go, it stopped. I didn't want it to come through the microphone. It's interesting. I feel like there are ways of doing it that wouldn't get you age restricted in the same way that just talking about asexuality would. But I completely understand the point. I mean, it's really tricky. Especially from one of the episodes actually getting demonetized because of a single swear word that managed to slip through editing. And it was the quietest thing that I couldn't hear. YouTube heard it.
Oh no, that sucks. Yeah.
So we've got these platforms that are so anti any truthful conversations happening, that having them becomes almost impossible unless you're fine with making zero money. This is your job, like it is for me. You can't do that.
Yeah. And you don't want to get it age restricted, but I think when it comes to like sexualities, like being asexual, I always think of it as having so much feeling, but it's not in the way that people outside of the community understand. Like I said, like coming up with new innuendos that people might not understand. There's so much feeling that you need to be able to learn how to describe when all of it is just sitting right in your head when it comes to writing. Like you hear about that with writers all the time, that they're just trying to figure out how to put words in their head onto a page. That when it comes to, it's very similar to when it comes to describing asexuality, that you need to put that onto a page somehow when it's something you're not necessarily used to doing either yourself.
Yeah, I mean, the way that I combated the difficulty of getting it out on the page in a way that wouldn't get flagged was writing it in a way that would get it flagged, and then trying to bring it back again, and take away some of the more explicit moments. I don't know, it's rough. It's rough out here.
Yeah. So do you think it would be like, in the way that you're describing, it's like you just go ham, like you write everything down that you're like, this is exactly how I would ideally want it, and then just how would it actually look in the rating, or is it in some other way?
Yeah, so with season 2 especially, because season 2 has been written
Yeah.
as just a one long script rather than season 1, which was separate scripts. I wrote the entire thing as explicit as I wanted to, and all of my thoughts went on the page.
Yeah.
And then getting to revision 2 of that script was kind of pulling it back and adding more things. And then it gets sent over to my editor, and she says, "Hey, you need to include this stuff," and then I do that whole process again. And then we'll see how many revision it takes for
Yeah.
people to be happy with it.
Yeah. And does it go through a lot of people, or does it just like the editor and then hoping YouTube doesn't flag it?
So it goes through obviously me first, and then it goes through the main editor, and then I send it to one other person who's been completely independent from my decision making, so that they have no biases, and they're just reading like a final product to make sure that everything's fine. And I tend to use my connections in the theatre for that. Just like, oh, hey, you write for theatre. Can you look at my script?
Yeah.
And they very kindly do.
Well, yeah, it goes through multiple streams then that you have to essentially see where you've maybe missed areas that would not rate very well. Yeah, when it comes to writing, it is so difficult, especially, my mind just keeps going back to like the fact that there's so little representation, so we're not used to being able to see it. I feel like if there were more representation, like in the way that we're trying to create that for the future generations, that eventually hopefully would get easier for everyone to start describing what is going on in their heads and write that down. And I don't know, maybe ratings would even change in that way as well.
Maybe.
So
I mean,
Sorry.
No, it's all good. We've seen a massive shift in how things got rated.
Yeah.
You know, back in the... I'm sorry, I'm going to bring up Star Trek again because I'm a massive fan, but back in the 60s, we had the first interracial kiss on TV. And that caused a storm. I believe it got banned from being viewed in Texas.
Wow, yeah.
And that would be unheard of today, because as societal attitudes change, so do the ratings.
Yeah. I think as well, when it comes to ratings, that I know in Australia that we're quite different with ratings. Something over there that's considered R isn't going to be considered R-rated to us. Like we will consistently yell the C word on media. Well, we don't do it a lot, but it wouldn't necessarily be considered an R rating just because we say the C word on the media. It would have to be something incredibly violent and depict like a lot of blood and gore for it to be R-rated, or something very graphically sexual for it to be R-rated. But I know that when it comes to American media, you guys are very strict with that. Especially like I see different ratings for different shows, and I can't remember which one it was, but I came across one recently that was R-rated in America, but it was MA 15+ over here in Australia. I cannot for the life of me remember what it was, but it was really weird that it was rated R over in America to me, just because it was something that didn't have anything really explicit. It was just like a lot of sexual references in that way.
The American rating system is bizarre. I don't understand it. I feel like here in the UK we've got not a perfect rating system, but we do have one that most of the time does its job
Yeah.
well.
I think I wouldn't be surprised if the UK is fairly similar to Australia, just because
I
we
think so,
share
yeah.
media. Do you know
Yeah.
if it's?
We have U, which is universal. We have PG, which is parental guidance. We have 12A. We have 16, and then 18, and then another rating which never gets used. Because
Yeah.
if you get that rating, you're screwed.
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely different. And I think we want to transition a little bit as well into the next part. Is that wanting to, if we just talk about ratings a little bit more.
Just talk about ratings, yeah.
And how difficult it is with asexuality. Yeah, so basically it is different. But when it comes to like how it's rated, it's like America has a lot of restrictions on it as well. And it's something that I know in Europe, just in a broad sense, it's very, like, nudity isn't seen as such a big thing. It won't bring up a rating as much in Europe, but it will in America, because that's something that they find offensive. So when it comes to asexuality, it makes things really difficult, and the rating is going to look very different in every country.
Yes. And most online platforms seem to be based in America, which means you've got to kind of have an understanding of the American ratings and what you can and can't do in America, and it becomes what you can do worldwide online.
Yeah.
Which is really frustrating.
It's so frustrating. If it weren't for the influences of America, especially in how backwards everything is going as well, that maybe progress would be a little bit easier than it is. So we're still fighting, but it's getting there.
Continue the good fight.
Yeah. We're trying, and we're not going to give up.
Never. Yeah, hopefully things will get better. I see things getting better every day. And obviously things have gotten a little bit worse recently, or a lot worse recently, but yeah. It'll get better.
Hello to S re-entering the chat.
I like your optimism.
Yes, we have to have optimism here. It's just, that's how we fight.
By the way, isn't this the second time we are bashing the US in some ways, and it always happens when you are on screen, CJ? So anything to say?
Sorry.
Like, I'm not happy, but you know.
I have a few things against the US. It happens on my channel all the time, and I have a lot of US followers, and they're not always happy with me about it.
Mm-hmm.
Alice, I'm gonna answer your question here. Like,
okay.
Yeah, plug whatever you want. Like, I'm saying it to all the hosts. If you have shows, things you do, art, whatever, just like go plug it.
Great. Well, thank you so much for having me. And again, check out the Zoshi Paradox. It's on YouTube, it's on Spotify, it's everywhere that you get your podcasts. Season 2 is coming imminently. It's going to be great.
Can I ask you to write it down in the chat as well, so we can put it on screen?
Yes.
Also,
yes, I can.
we're going to have some free relaxed chatting now, so you don't have to go. If you want to stay a bit more, it's fine. You can stay for the whole segment. You can stay for 10 minutes and then say, I'm hungry, I have to go. Same for CJ. Like, you know, we just wanted to reserve a bit of space for anyone who wanted to join, and there are some people. We already have Kalina in the backstage, and Yesung was in the backstage before, but now I can't see Yesung anymore. So I wrote, so let me, the Zozai paradox. Writing it in the chat.
Thank you.
On stage.
I am going to, I'm going to go because I have things that need to be done now. But thank you so much for letting me be here. And thanks for the chat.
Thank you for the continuous support to the Aces Never Sleep live stream. Thank you. Bye.
Yeah.
So you're staying or going?
I can stay for a little bit, maybe like 10, 15 minutes.
Right. So, Catalina, can I put you on the screen? I see you don't have the webcam switched on, and I don't know if you want to switch it on, so you'll have to write for confirmation. Well, I can put Catalina on because if she doesn't have the webcam, then it's not a problem. I'm very scared about the idea of putting people on the screen when they don't expect it, and then
No, it's fine. It's fine. I'm just a bit anxious. Also, hi.
Hi. What can I say? I was a bit nervous before when the Alice Osman segment came up, so I completely understand being anxious.
You did so well with that as well. Very much enjoyed the Alice Osman segment. Great question.
Yeah. Yes, I love very much her work. The way I discovered her was through Heartstopper, and immediately I discovered a book at my local library, and I discovered Loveless. That, man, I love that book, but there was some parts that maybe angry with the decision of the main character, but was very relatable.
The first book I read by Alice Osman was Loveless, actually, because as I mentioned during the interview, it was a chance to further talk about asexuality and aromanticism. And some people from my group, from Rete Lettera, actually got gifted a copy of Loveless.
Wow,
So we were gifted a copy and told, would you read it and then showcase the book? Because they obviously couldn't invite the author. And so we're like, what's the second best thing? I guess we can invite local ace and aero activists. And so, I think I hadn't bought a hardcover book since I don't know how much, because they usually cost so much. So I have a hardcover copy of Loveless because it was gifted to me by the editor.
Wow, yeah. I just have
That's
the
awesome.
paperback.
It's like a free giveaway in a way.
Yeah.
The hardcover as well. That would have been expensive if you get it gifted.
It seems like I'm flexing, but I didn't do it. By the way, I just wanted to say again what I usually say. I see that there's a lot of people I'm happy to see that many people stayed. Of course, there were 300 people during the interview to Alice Osman, but I see that dozens of people have actually stayed to listen to the live stream. So I just wanted to repeat some of the things that I said before. First, keep in mind that if you write something in the chat, especially if it's something very witty and clever, we may put it on screen. So be mindful of that. If you don't want you're not comfortable with your nickname, your YouTube nickname being on screen. Also because this live stream is actually staying on the IAD YouTube channel for the future, for the foreseeable future. So be mindful of that. And also, we're now having some relaxed chatting up until what's the next? I think we have 40 more minutes before the next panel, which should be the one on experiences of aspec masculinity in the Southern East, which means my panel is coming up. Okay, then there's something I want to tell you, but first of all, so in this segment, you can join if you want. Just contact IAD on Instagram and the email, and if we can manage to, you can jump in. It's just a place to get to know other ACE people from all over the world. So I'm gonna introduce myself again, and then I'm gonna let CJ and Catalina introduce. Hi, I'm S. I'm from Italy. I have always said like I'm part of an advocacy group from Italy, etc. I've never said anything more about me. I'm a teacher. I teach ancient Greek and Latin to poor teenagers, and like I'm bi and asexual, and I've been out as asexual at least to myself till 2018. So CJ, do you want to tell us something again about you?
Yeah, well, I'm CJ, obviously, as it says on screen. I'm CJ's Galaxy on YouTube. I do a lot on the Hunger Games, and I talk about media and literature, and also how that ties into asexuality and aromanticism, as I am also demi-romantic asexual. I'm in both parts of the community, and I do a series on ACE media. I've spoken previously to Patrick from Fluently Aspec and Rachel from Angsty Ace on different topics, and I am going to be starting up that series again very soon. And if anyone wants to, any content creators want to talk to me about different areas of like our ACE media, I would love to know. Please contact me on different platforms like my email and my Instagram as well. I can put those up as links as well if I get my Instagram up, if we're interested in that as well.
Yeah, of course. Like the free time is also for recommending content and creators and artists that you like. I've done that in the free slot before, so that was very Italian leaning because I recommended the creators that I know. So please do write whatever you want in the private chat, and we can move there. Catalina, do you want to introduce yourself in some way?
I can. Hi, my name is Catalina. I am from Romania, and I am asexual. I don't really know a lot of stuff about this stuff. I come out asexual like 3 years ago, and I'm still figuring out the new things about me. I still don't know if I want to be in a relationship or I don't want to be in a relationship. Plus, I kind of went into the world of adulthood like a week ago. So I'm right now 18.
Happy birthday. I know that your 18th birthday was like a few days ago. So now we can officially say happy birthday.
Thank you.
I see
Happy
that
birthday.
like, okay. Yeah, CJ's, okay, this is CJ's Galaxies.
Should be my Instagram.
Yeah. I just wanted to, okay, I'm putting this
Yeah,
up
that's okay.
on the screen so anyone can know. Also, there are some happy birthdays in the chat. So happy birthday. But also, I just wanted to, there's a friend of mine from my group in the chat, and he mentioned that he said, I just want to remind that my gifted copy of Loveless was addressed to my mother-in-law, and she was very perplexed about it because we were sent the copies at our houses, and so this copy was received by Kai's mother-in-law. That was apparently perplexed. Okay, how many hours do I still have in front of me? And I am already forgetting how to speak English, which is going to be a problem. Okay. Branka is saying happy birthday and may your wishes come true. So many people are saying happy birthday to you, but I just wanted to focus on the fact that people say I am crazy for staying up all these hours, but Branka, weren't you here when we started at 4 a.m. and you're still here as well? So, yo, there's a.
I mean, like the stream says, Ace never ever sleep, or something like that. I cannot stay 24 hours
literally.
because I'm in high school and I need to do stuff. But maybe in another year, probably in 2 years, I'll probably stay 24 hours.
Yeah, great. Please, you're gonna be. I'm just waiting for that. Also, in some way, I am in high school too. I'm a teacher, so on Monday I'm gonna go to my students with no hours of sleep, and that's gonna be extremely interesting. Katerina, I wanted to ask you. It seemed like you really wanted to join the chat and get to know other ACE people. If you're comfortable sharing that, I wanted to ask you: do you know any ACE people in Romania or any ACE groups? Are there any ACE groups in Romania or events or things like that?
No, in Romania I did not find any ACE groups. I don't think I really look very hard. At least in my hometown, there are not very a lot of communities of ACEs. If there were, I'll probably join every time. But I just really didn't find it. It seems how it said, this thing with asexuality is not very common. So this is maybe another reason. Plus, another reason I think I found it will be probably is in my country is not very accepted with LGBTQ plus stuff. There is a whole thing with religion and stuff. I don't really want to think about it. I just find this reason kind of upsetting.
Yeah. Unfortunately, there are some countries in Europe, like in the early hours of this live stream, we talked about Australia and we talked about how, at least for now, Australia is in a slightly better situation. And so, but there are so many countries in Europe in which being queer is not very accepted. And also many countries in Europe that are getting worse about that. Like, for example, I think of Italy. Like, we've never been like the champion of queer acceptance and recognition, but we are going backwards at a very fast pace. So I don't know. Sometimes I feel like, oh, hi.
Hello.
Surprise.
Yeah, I kind of was a bit anxious to open my camera. Now I had the courage to open it.
Whatever you feel comfortable doing, you can switch it on, switch it off, whenever you like, whenever you please. But yeah, so do as off and on, off and on. So is there anything particular you wanted to talk about? Because if not, I'm going to start with the stupid questions and things like that. I have my mascot here.
Is that a Pokemon?
Yes, it's an Oddish. This is my headcanon from Aspec symbol, Oddish as a Pokemon, because it's grass poison, which is green and purple. And also, like, it's kind of a symbol of my advocacy group, although not publicly. We don't use Oddish in our graphics.
although we should, because it's pretty, it's round, it's cute, but like as an internal thing, like I feel like Oddish is representative of the aspec community. First of all, because of the grass poison double type, which is green and purple, but also like it's the unwanted weed Pokemon, and I feel like it kind of represents like minorities fighting for recognition, because people try to erase us, but we are always there. It also kind of represents my group, the group I'm part of specifically, because we are all or most neurodivergent, and we cyclically go into burnout, but we always come back. So we are eternal, like unwanted weed, and so that's why Oddish is my headcanon as an aspec symbol. New speaker's idea, someone saying in the chat.
I think
So,
it's a good idea.
I think we need to ask a designer to create ourselves some stickers. Hey,
Branka is asking, what do you think our symbol animal would be? CJ, what do you think?
Well, I know dragons are used a lot in the community. I love dragons. Just personally, I know cats. They're really all about not touching them, and only if they say you can. But even then, can you really pet them? I don't know. Maybe they'll bite you anyway. So maybe cats, if we don't want to go with dragons.
Stealing this. Weirdall in the chat said stealing this. You meant the thing about cats, right? Because I think that was great. I just, before asking the question to Catalina as well, I wanted to mention that I don't know if you watched it or if you were awake or doing something else, but we briefly had a chat with Aces Going Places, an ASPEC group from Singapore. And
I joined that conversation. I didn't hear a lot because they were interrupting. I think there were technical difficulties.
I think it was also my fault, because it appears that I was lagging as well, because my phone was going into like heat, and then I literally switched off my phone and put it in the fridge because I didn't want to risk it overheating while I was doing the interview with Alice Osman. So like I switched it off, put it in the fridge for 10 minutes. It worked. It worked like a charm. So you can't say anything to me.
I would have done the same.
Yeah. I have many stupid ideas, like on a regular basis, but that wasn't a stupid idea. That was a great idea. The group from Singapore has a dragon ASPEC mascot, and they are still looking for a name. So if you
I wrote the name in the chat. I was thinking of Salmon.
Salmon was the okay. I mean, if I had a dragon to name, I could name it something like the name of another animal, like salmon. I think it sounds actually kind of endearing, but I don't know what Aces Going Places is gonna think about this. So we will try. Catalina, what is your headcanon as an animal symbol for the ASPEC community, or the ACE community specifically, as you prefer?
Honestly, when I was thinking about the animal, the first thing that came in mind was jellyfish.
If I remember correctly, like the jellyfish is also like a symbol of. Does it come on? It was in one of the questions for Alice Osman, like the jellyfish was like kind of a symbol of Isaac's journey in his orientation. So you may be onto something. I'm not sure I remember exactly how it was about jellyfishes and the Heartstopper series, but I'm sure someone mentioned it in the questions for Alice Osman. I don't remember if it was on Instagram. I think it was in the live chat, but we probably can't ask the people who posed the question because like many people have left the live stream. There were so many more people during the Alice segment. Jellyfish is a good idea.
I think jellyfish, or at least maybe some of them, can reproduce asexually. So I feel like that'd be a good fit.
I'm also pretty sure around the world there must be some purple and green jellyfish. So I'm gonna look for jellyfish, purple, green. Yes, there is. They're pretty cute. So jellyfish is a good idea, actually. So I'll keep that in mind.
I think I know a species of jellyfish that can live forever. It was I don't know. I think I remember this information from a show when I was a bit younger. But yeah, jellyfish would be a really good fit.
I think like a creator also that I plugged before is, I'm not sure. I think they are making some jellyfish earrings with the aspect colors. I think I'm remembering because I think she proposed that as merch for my group. But I don't remember because apparently I wasn't listening so carefully to that meeting. So if any other in the chat, oh no, I hope that Yezung was back. I'm so sad that Yezung is not here with us. I will also say that in case anyone who is doing the tech support now wants to unwind a bit, because this is not a chat in which we have many questions, in which we have to do a lot of tech support. If you want to jump in and say hi and have a small chat for the next 10 minutes or 20 minutes, you can just unwind and be happy. So, okay.
I do love the conversation in the comment section about like cat dragons or cats riding dragons.
Yeah, you created this in a way.
It was an accident, but it was a happy accident.
There's something else I wanted to ask. Catalina, you mentioned that you don't know local ACE people or ACE groups. I wanted to ask, I'm asking everyone if they have like creators or artists that they would like to promote. And like, well, CJ, you can promote yourself, of course, but please do. And I'm gonna watch all your videos. But I don't know if there's some ACE people, at least online, that you know that create wonderful art or that inspired you or that helped you understanding you are asexual. Who would you say that is?
God, I honestly, figuring out I was asexual came not from like art or the conversations that I see now that I've delved very far into. I always come across different artists, and they're like so talented. I don't think I could say any from the top of my head, but if you just look up like Ace art on TikTok, you'd probably be able to find it. And they produce they're like all small businesses. Where I actually figured out I was asexual was so weird. If I don't know if you guys know much about the gaming community, specifically the Minecraft community, there's this YouTuber called Shelby Grace from the channel Shovel, and she was on the Anthony Padilla, who's from Smosh. He would do videos, or he still does. I spent a day with blank, whoever he was interviewing that day, and there was a video called I Spent a Day with Asexuals, and Shovel was on there, and that was the first time I saw anyone that I'd watched and really understood how I could be asexual. Highly recommend watching the video as well. Anthony Padilla, I spent a day with asexuals. There are, I believe, 3 people who were in that video, and it's really good for representation as well. If you're into like the gaming community, Minecraft community, Shovel, really good content creator as well. If you want to check her out, she talks about it. Jaden Animations as a content creator as well, really big when she came out. Definitely go and check her out. She's an animator, massive animator on YouTube. Yeah, that's about it. That's all the content creators off the top of my head.
I see that Yezung is online. I don't know if... Hi, Yezung. Well, we know Yezung's here. No, not anymore. Well, it wasn't meant to be. Yeah, I have tried inviting JD Animations to the live stream for like 2 years, but we didn't have
One
any
day.
luck.
You'll get them one day.
Yeah, who knows? I honestly always invite.
I think I know how you can bring her here. You need to give her, to have a chihuahua and go done. Everything is done.
Yeah, that's a good plan. Or like some Pokemon plushes or a bird, or I don't know. We have to set up some
We'll
kind
just
of.
lure her in.
I've always tried. Honestly, I've always written. I've always sent an email to many people on the asexual spectrum that are like, famous. Like JD Animation is famous, I'd say, because like one of the biggest YouTubers out there, at least in the kind of stuff she does. But I always send an email to a lot of people, and at least JD Animations and Alfarad, Jacob Alfarad, I think they still live together, and they are both aspec, and I'm kind of a fan. Like Jacob Alfarad is like the, I don't know, the aspec representation I want in the world. Like, I know I'm not talking about the character, I'm talking about a real person, but like, I was so happy to find out that he's aspec as well. I don't know if I'm talking about someone that nobody knows, but they do content with JD Animation pretty often. So yeah, I'm always saying, Yezung, we hope, we pray, we wait. Let's see if you are really here this time. I don't know. That was
Maybe not.
Well, we still have so much time. Maybe Yezung will be able to join later as well. I also see that some of the panelists from the next panel are already there, which is great, because so we're gonna be perfectly on time. I don't know, is there anything else you wanted to say or ask, or does the chat have anything else to say or add or ask to add to the conversations? Because my questions are always like of the stupid kind of like, what's your headcanon aspec symbol? Like,
No,
I remember
they're good questions.
the first year we tried to do this live stream. It wasn't a 24-hour live stream, but it was like as long as we can. Yeah. It was amazing. It was extremely fun. We had this idea of trying to localize geographically garlic bread, because like there's this issue that garlic bread is the symbol of the asexual community, one of the symbols of the asexual community, but like it's pretty American. Like it's not something that is all around the world. And so we try to ask people from all around the world to say, what is your garlic bread? What is like a food that you would say, this is amazing, this is better than sex? but also, you know, maybe something that is a bit heavy on the stomach, that would also, like, you eat a lot of that, you go to sleep, because garlic bread has also that kind of connotations. I think we had some Australian people, and they mentioned fairy bread, maybe, or no, that's from New Zealand. That's not.
No, fairy bread's Australia. I don't know if New Zealanders also have fairy bread. I mean, they share a lot of our culture. Not all of it. Very different. I want to put that out there. We're very different countries, but fairy bread, yeah, it's a very big thing for children as well. You grow up eating fairy bread at children's parties, and it's very nostalgic. And it's the sort of thing that we can definitely like. I could definitely eat fairy bread all day instead.
Do you agree with fairy bread as the Australian garlic bread, or would you have picked something else? And Catalina, what is the Romanian garlic bread?
I don't know. It's just I love Italian food, so garlic bread. Garlic bread's a good choice. Yeah.
Also, garlic bread. I mean, it's not exactly Italian food. It's like, I mean, yeah. But,
I mean, I think of it with eating Italian food, but.
Okay, so you asked me what will be probably our garlic bread. Honestly, I don't know how to say. I'll probably be bread with Maya. I don't know how to say it in English because I didn't really. Wait a second.
Can you write in the private chat so we can look for it up, and I can go while you're looking for it. But actually, I'm not sure because there are so many foods in Italian cuisine that are heavy on the stomach. So
okay, I will. Okay. What I said, it doesn't really help me, so I'll probably just write bread with. I hope I write it right.
Okay, let's see.
Yeah. Okay, I'll write it in my language because I don't know how to write it in English, and Google Translate doesn't help because I have to write it how I think it.
Bread with Maya. Let's see if I can find Maya. I'm curious now. I want to know what this is, but Romanian sourdough sweetbread. Okay. Ooh, that looks pretty.
Thank you.
What was it called in English?
I'm gonna write it because I'm not sure of the pronunciation of this as well. Romanian sourdough sweet bread.
We make it. It's more like how it says. It's a bread with a bit sour, a bit sweet. Yeah, I got.
Honestly, as you're talking about it, it sounds delicious. That's amazing. If I ever go to Romania, I'm gonna try this.
Okay, I will tell you in Romania how to say it. Vreau pâine cu maia.
Wait, repeat it.
Okay, vreau pâine cu maia.
No, I will not. Kumaya, I can probably remember, but the other thing, I
don't think my accent would let me do that.
the pronunciation, like phonetically, also Romanian and Italian are very, very different, but they are actually pretty strongly related.
The same family of Latin.
Yeah, and usually when people mention like languages coming from Latin, they usually forget Romanian, but there's also Romanian. So when I read something in Romanian, sometimes like, wait, I recognize that I understand, but as much as sound is concerned, like they sound quite different. And so I don't think I could replicate that, but I'm just gonna write that down and say, please, let me eat this.
Okay.
Someone mentioned bagna cauda for Italian. I wouldn't know how to describe what bagna cauda is, and I would have said something different. So then I'm gonna argue with the other Italian people offline. Like I would have said caponata, which is a side dish with eggplants, and bagna cauda is I don't know. Kai, come on the stream and describe what the hell bagna cauda is. I see
Google
that.
said it's like a dipping sauce.
Yeah, it's a
Yeah.
dipping sauce. It's common in like one northern region in Italy. Branca wrote, well, since I have become vegan, I think how it is, Proha, I don't know how to read that, sorry, has become my garlic bread. It's a cornbread, but I use the vegan recipe. Oh, okay. Well, yeah. I have to write all this thing down because I think I want to make something with all the foods from around the world.
We can do something. We can do something interesting to write our favorite food from every country and try to pronounce it.
Yeah, that would be useful. Last year, I also tried to collect International Asexuality Day in all the languages of the panelists, but I was doing so many things during last year live stream that I couldn't keep up with it. But also, Catalina, if you want to write how to say International Asexuality Day in Romanian in the chat, that would be pretty useful. I just want to say that my fellow Italian is helping and giving a description of bagna cauda. I'm not exactly fitted to get on screen, but bagna cauda, it's a dish with anchovies and a lot of garlic. And then they decided to clear that imagine a lot of garlic, well, more, and you dip vegetables in it. So, yeah.
Times it by 10, and then you'll almost be there.
Yeah.
The garlic, yeah.
So. I think we are gonna end the chat. CJ, in the end, you remained until you remained until the end. I see that there are most of the panelists for the next panel already here, so we can put them on stage because they have the webcam switched off, so we can, say hi to each other.
All right, and I will see you guys. Bye.
Okay.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you.
It's been great. Thank you. Bye.
Bye. Hello.
Oh,
so many people.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
How are you?
We are very good. How are you?
Fine. You ready for the panel?
Oh, yeah, I think we can start. Yeah.
Okay. We can start, or if you want, you can wait this. There's still 5 minutes before the actual starting time, so you can take this time to like set. If you have to share the screen, you can check now if you're able to do so. If you're not, we will call the person that can give you admin rights, because sometimes it's a problem. So maybe let's use these 5 minutes to check all the technical stuff, and then we can start with your panel. While you on the background check if everything is working, I would like to introduce you and to ask you to introduce yourselves. All the people you're seeing, the 4 new people you're seeing on screen are again from the Nepali Apex Collective, and they're gonna have a 2-hour time slot with panel about experiences of South Asian aspectness, masculinity, and neurodivergence. Honestly, I really look forward to this. And after this, we're going to be joined by Manita from Nepali Aspects again. So there's a lot of Nepali Aspects in this live stream, and I'm so glad that there is. So just wanted to check, is everything okay for the screen share, or do we need to call some tech support?
Yeah, I think we're all okay. We don't have anything to share through the screen, so yeah, we're fine with it. Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe we should wait for 2 or 3 minutes, or should we start?
I would ask you to introduce yourselves if you want, and then you can start, of course. I think like we are 3 minutes early, so it's no problem. Or if you want, you can like have a little bit more on a break and come silent and then start as you prefer, as you want. I'm leaving the stream to you. I'm going background because like you have your own panel. And Catalina, I'm saying goodbye to you as well. I don't know if you're going to be there for other panels or for other chatting moments later. It was very, very nice to get to know you, and I hope that we can see each other again in doing this stream, or maybe during other events or streams online. And who knows, maybe I will come to Romania to try the bread, and I will say hi to you. So, bye.
Bye.
Thank you, S and Catalina as well. So yes, S has been doing it since the morning, where we saw her on the earlier panel as well. So thank you very much for being there.
Thank you for being here. I'm looking forward to your panel. So now I'll just remove myself from the stream and let you do your thing.
Yeah, thank you, S.
Can we start now?
Yeah, we can.
Hello.
Maybe let's start with the introductions and what we're going to talk about in the panel.
Okay, I can start. So, hey everyone, I am Sid. I use he or they pronouns, and I'm one of the members of Nepali Aspects, and I'm looking forward for today's live stream. Thank you.
Yeah, hello, I'm BJ. My pronouns are Riande, and yeah, I'm also part of Nepali Aspects, and we all are, here today to talk about sexuality, masculinities, and neurodiversity in South Asian region. And one of our panelists may be a bit late for their introduction, so yeah.
हेलो मेरो भोइस आइरहेको छ कि छैन
Yeah, Jael.
अघि मेरो भोइस आएको थियो कि थिएन मैले अघि बोल्दा
Yes, आइरहेको छ.
स्टिल आइरहेको छ है
Yeah.
हेलो
Hi, B. Just sorry for the interruption. Just wanted to mention that you have a lot of background noise. So if you have the possibility to put on a headset or earphones or whatever, or you have some noise cancelling option on the app you're using, on the mic you're using, that's great. If you have like
Yeah, sure.
earphones,
I'll join from a different device.
great. So it's probably gonna be better because like so that we don't have the background noise that can be difficult for some people to have in the background.
Yeah,
Okay,
sure.
disappearing again.
Hello? Hello?
Hi. Zion, तपाईँले बोलेको आएको छैन है? Okay, I think there is some technical issues, so I'll continue again. So as we discussed, we're gonna talk about masculinity and in South Asian context and aspectsness. So hello everyone, once again we are from Nepali Aspects. We would like to give insights on the aspect experiences as a South Asian, to be more specific, Nepali context, and along with that, people surrounding us, and masculinity, and the experiences that comes with it. The discussions will revolve around claiming your aspectness in the presence of masculinity, and by masculinity we do not only mean cis masculinity, but we also mean trans experiences or non-binary experiences, and along with that, seeing asexuality as a sign of disorder, health issues, social ineptness, or social disconnect. We will discuss um, how hypersexuality and compulsory sexuality are tied to the masculine, especially queer masculine scenario here in South Asia, and again to be more specific in Nepali context. We will talk about the common trope of representing ace mask as childish and socially inept, and arrow mask folks as morally questionable jocks. Along with that, we will also talk about how the cultural capital of queerness and how asexual and aromantic identities are deeply political, yet still they receive neglect and flack from the larger queer community. That is to say, how these identities usually gets erased from the larger queer scenario here in Nepal, or in general speaking South Asian context. There will be 3 to 4 members from our team joining the stream with the preferred languages, by the mix of English, Nepali, and Hindi. We would like to hear from the attendees and answer any questions that they might have at the end of the panel. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll be discussing about all that and some more as well. So before we begin, I want to thank IAD for letting us talk about South Asian experiences and South Asian experiences of aceness, masculinity, and neurodiversity. So we're very grateful to IAD as well. And while we go on about our experiences and all that, uh, because it's a 2-hour session and because it's on the longer side, so I hope uh, you all are patient with us, and as we go on, we may ramble about some things, or we may go on some tangents or stuff. So I hope you all are patient with us, and also while this is happening, you may have heard about it. Kathmandu, the city we live in, has been the most polluted city in the world for quite some time now. So you might hear some coughing and sneezing and stuff. So I hope you all are okay with it as well. So I think when you talk about masculinity and aceness in South Asian spaces, right? The thing is, most of our narrative, most of our lives are kind of sort of explained by like religion and family, because we have deeper, I guess, deeper family bonds, and the religion and stuff direct most of our lives, most of the aspects of our lives. So yeah, those are the things kind of shape our views and shape our lives regarding masculinity and aspectness. And before we kind of sort of got to know about masculinity and aspectness in a new light, we kind of had to be masked and boxed in on the, I think, the heteropatriarchal and the deeply religious, and yeah, and the kind of society here that is here in our country. So that shaped a lot of our struggles, I guess, right? Uh, so yeah, we're going to be talking about that and all that stuff. So if I'm if I talk about my own experiences, right? I think it was because I was raised in a deeply religious household, I guess, and the expectations of masculinity in a deeply religious household are sort of like a man is supposed to be the breadwinner of the family, I guess, and a man is kind of there's this patriarchal kind of thing which where it is reinforced by religion, right? uh, a man is supposed not only supposed to be the breadwinner, but he's supposed to be religiously somehow above uh, his partner, right? uh, there's this weird and very weird thing that happens here, right? A woman has to, right, drink the water from the washed feet of her husband, right? uh, as a religious practice, right? I grew up seeing that, right? My parents doing that. So that kind of shaped my you know experience of masculinity, or the experience, or the viewpoint that what masculinity shouldn't be, right? I was disgusted by that. So yeah, that started kind of my journey of masculinity, or my aversion to it, you could say that, right? So that was kind of the beginning of it. So as a she said, passing man, a privileged, because I'm from a uh, upper caste in the country, right? I had some privileges that other people didn't, but still, the experience of masculinity was, it didn't sit kind of right with me from the beginning. So yeah, I think I'd like to end it here for now, and maybe our other panelists will chime in on this.
Okay, I can answer. So, like you said, there are a lot of factors that affect masculinity and its its spectrum and its ideologies here in Nepal. Among them, I think religious and cultural factors are one of the very dominant narratives that affect masculinity, usually in very you know orthodox country in religion and stuff like that. And yeah, I my also sorry, excuse me.
Yeah, I think Sid is having some problems.
Okay, I am. Can you hear me? Hello, can everyone hear me?
Yeah, yeah, Sid, we can hear you.
Hello. So while that yeah while growing up, my ideas of
Yeah, Sid, we can't hear you.
is it okay?
Yeah. Uh, Sid,
Is my
we can't
sound
hear you.
very hello
Yeah,
hello?
yeah, Sid, your voice is cracking a bit.
Okay, let me check my internet real quick for once.
Yeah, as Sid is checking his internet, maybe Jayon could add something to it.
Um, Hi, am I audible now?
Yeah, yeah, Sid, yeah, you're audible.
Is the voice clearer than before?
There's a little bit of background noise, maybe, but you're audible, yeah.
Okay, so as I was saying, yeah, my family and my male family members have played a great role in shaping my idea of masculinity, which eventually I had to unlearn and relearn while growing up. But yeah, it was my foundation of learning masculinity. So um, growing in a Nepali family, you are expected to be, strong, tough, and like worldwide, the global scenario. Here also, men should be strong, and then men should not cry and stuff like that. So due to that, I was also, very conforming to these concepts, to be honest. But while growing up and identifying myself as a queer, and then I did not conform to any of these ideas of masculinities. I was very away from the ideas of masculinities that I was taught, but at the same time it was very difficult for me to unlearn and relearn, because um, I had no space to unlearn and relearn, and since I had to live with my family, so yeah, it was a very difficult time. But eventually, yeah, it got better, and yeah, the experience has been good till now. Yeah, I think I'll end with this.
Yeah, connecting to what Sid said, right? Most of us here in Nepal and most of South Asians we relate, I guess. So connecting to what Sid said, I think our childhood was shaped so much by the socio-cultural aspect and the familial aspect, right? Which is kind of the family bonds are sort of very strong here. So, and our experiences being shaped by that, it was kind of harder for us, right, to sort of come to terms with our own asexuality because, right, as men, right, as men, you're kind of supposed to be the you know, the I guess the more sexual one in a relationship in our context, right? Right, the men are supposed to be the ones that are forward with it, the upfront with it, and all that stuff. So with that, right, with that in mind, with that expectation from us, right, being the you know being at the being more expressive of their sexuality and being more defined by their sexual desire, right? So that itself was a source of, I think, yeah, dissociation and confusion, and right, being afraid of you know experiencing or exploring our own sexualities, and what masculinities mean for us, right? What being masculine would mean for us, because there was no other option than being, right, being the sexually proactive one or romantically proactive one, uh, and all that. So yeah, I think I think all of us relate to what Sid said here. And yeah, our new I, it's not new. I yeah, just joined Sushovan, so I'd like him to introduce himself.
Hi, folks. I'm Sushovan, and I'm so sorry for the delay because I don't know what's happening with me today. I was on a so in Nepal there's this thing called Indrite. I'm South Asia. I think a lot of South Asia and Southeast Asia could relate probably if you're watching from somewhere over there. But if you're watching from somewhere in the global north, you might not be relate to it. But we have Uber, but for motorbikes because most people in South Asia have a motorbike and not a car. So I was in I was in an InDrive ride sharing bike. I would have made it on time, but then at the almost only around like 5 to 7 minutes away from my home. The fuel ran out, and then we almost fell down. And then now I came home and I was about to turn on my laptop. But my laptop, I'm not sure what's wrong with it now. I might have to troubleshoot it. I might have to turn. I'm trying to turn it off and turn it on. It's not happening. So I don't know. I'm not sure why I'm attracting all this negative energy. That too on the day of IAD, but never mind. So really sorry for the delay, but hi, I'm Sushovan Chimoria. I use any pronouns, so he, she, they, any pronouns. I am a part of Nepali Speaks. I have been a part of Nepali Speaks since 2021. Right. So we had our first major event on IAD 2021, and I reached out to Nepali aspects the evening of IAD 2021. We had the event during the day, and then I reached out to Nepali aspects because I found them randomly. I found their page on Instagram randomly, so I reached out during the evening. So I missed out the first event, but then I've been active with Nepali aspects since then. What else? So, I if me, I think I would like to identify myself as an educator. I am I an activist? I don't know, but maybe a few things here and there. And I can call myself an activist probably. So, educator, activist, and there's this word I use called community organizer, and I'm really in love with that word right now. So I also identify as that. With my ace expression, I currently identify as pan gray aeroflux ace. And I'm so glad because I'm in this space where I don't have to explain any of those words. Majority of people, if you're viewing the live stream, I know you know what that means. All of us on the stage, we know what that means. So it's great not having to explain that uh, long as identity that I have, I guess. And yeah, so nice to be connected. I'm still, I am not sure what we talked about in the last 15 minutes because, again, added to all of that, my internet connection also, my mobile data also ran out randomly. So a lot of things happened. But we are here. We'll be here for the next 1 hour, 45 minutes, actually more than that. And we'd love to talk more about so we'll have a lot of South Asian tidbits. And if anybody requires any kind of translation when we talk, because we might mix a lot of languages, so please also let us know in the comments so that we'll try our best to accommodate all the translations. But some of them might just skip our mind because we might forget that it's not a word that is understood by the majority of the world. So please do let us know that. And okay, that's all about what happened today. That's all about why I am late. That's all about how I got involved with Nepali aspects. And I think diving into the topic itself, this topic is really, this has been a topic we've wanted to talk about for so long, especially because masculinity as a word, masculinity as a concept has been very in a way it's been really, in many ways it's been harmful, in many ways it's been scary, in many ways it's also been invisibilized when we talk about aspec experiences, when we um, talk about the word masculinity in the aspec word. So we are not trying to, in a way, defend anything. There's nothing to defend. I think for us, because even though we have different gender identities, different sexuality, different aspect markers, we are all tied by the experience of being, in a way, perceived as a man by the outside world, or aligning with a lot of what um, is attributed to masculinity. So that's why we felt like it was really important to talk about masculinity because it's not talked about enough. It's also important to talk about masculinity because it will always remain a sore subject if we do not talk about it enough. And seeing how masculinity and, like, we mentioned a lot of things, Sid mentioned a lot of things, um, the correlation of masculinity with things like compulsory heterosexuality, heteropatriarchy, um, hypersexuality. A lot of the things that are attributed to masculinity are, in a way, actively damaging to living a free aspect life. And added to that, the South Asian context of it all. So, like, again, Sid and B mentioned, um, there's a lot of, and I know it exists in a lot of cultures around the world. In South America, it takes the form of machismo. There is its own notion of masculinity in, like, Middle Eastern cultures, in African cultures, like the African culture of, like, providing and but also, like, showing off and also being emotionally unavailable. In the same way, um, in part, actually, in most part, due to colonialism, but also because uh, we can't put the entire blame on colonialism. Uh, a lot of practices that we had even before colonialism, even with indigenous communities, masculinity has always been linked to being the provider, being the hypersexual person, a lot of the things that we mentioned previously too. So I think added to that, the in South Asian culture shaped by things like Bollywood, where there's a typical the hypersexual person, a conniving person that has to, in a way, trap his female love interest. That reinforces and shapes a lot of discussions around masculinity that happens in South Asia and Nepal. Uh, the two so the most common religions in Nepal and larger South Asia are Hinduism, Buddhism, Islam, Sikhism, Jainism, Christianity, and almost all of those cultures, maybe with regional variations of how the religion is practiced, might be different. But even with the texts that a lot of those religious books, religions use and refer to and practice, they have a lot of heteropatriarchal, cis heteropatriarchal notions that also seep into the definition of masculinity, and it ends up, in a way, hovering over and dominating other gender identities, other gender expressions, diverse sexualities, and asexuality. So I think it's really important to talk about that, and we'll love to dive deeper into it. Yeah. Yeah. So I think with my experience, I'd like to get to it a bit later because I think I've already taken a lot of the time. So passing it on to B, Sid, or Zion to add anything about their introduction or maybe how they got involved with Nepali aspects, because I don't think I think it's also really fun because a lot of us came during different stages of where Nepali aspects is right now, different years and different backgrounds, and also like through different events, like we learned about Nepali speaks very differently. So I think let's also talk about that as well. So passing it on to whoever wants to take it or has something urgent to add.
Yeah, mm, the way we connected as Nepali aspects has a lot to do with IAD as well. So the first public event I went to with Nepali aspects was the IAD of 2023, I guess. Yeah, it was. I didn't get to stay the whole time, but it was the event that kind of sort of put the seed in me, I guess, about the curiosity regarding asexuality and aromanticism. Yeah, it was my, I could say, my first queer experience as well. So yeah, I got to experience the queer experience pretty late in life, I guess. Not pretty late, I think. Yeah, I think late 20s is pretty late, I guess. So yeah, that was a unique, and yeah, that experience hasn't left me, I guess. And after that, we have done a lot of stuff with Nepali aspects, and yeah, IAD has also contributed a lot to that. And yeah, our our friends had a panel in the morning as well, and they showed with the lot of activities we did, and that kind of has shaped us, our queerness as well, and also our masculinities, because yeah, we come from the members and the people who come and join Nepali aspects for events and for stuff like that. They do come from different backgrounds and different ideas and different experiences and different you know feelings about their own masculinity and femininity as well. So to get to mm, connect with them and to get to know them, and not just talking about masculinity, right? uh, Particularly, right, when you talk about everything, right, l- like about queerness, like about activism, like about what's happening in the world, we kind of sort of learn to you know look at both sexuality, both masculinity, and the way we view the world as a whole, right? We kind of sort of learn, and we change, and we grow to that, right? So Nepali aspects has been that space for me. And yeah, I think that kind of sums up my experience with Nepali aspects and what we've done and how it has kind of helped me, right? So I think, yeah, that's it. And I think, yeah, Jayon or Sid can add to it, I guess.
मेरो साउन्ड आयो अब चाहिँ
Yes, yes.
हेलो म नेपाली एक्सपेक्ट्समा चाहिँ अब कनेक्ट हुँदाखेरि चाहिँ मलाई चाहिँ सुरुमा चाहिँ येसुङ दाइले लिएर आउनु भएको थियो ला थाम्जे अनि मलाई चाहिँ लाइक सुरुमा चाहिँ अब एज अ ट्रान्स म्यान मात्रै थाहा थियो नि त आफू के हो कस्तो हो भनेर तर नेपाली एस्पेक्ट्समा आइसकेपछि चाहिँ फाइनल्ली मैले चाहिँ आफूलाई चाहिँ साँच्चीकै म हो है भनेर चाहिँ आफूलाई फाइन्ड गरेको थिएँ नेपाली एस्पेक्ट्सलाई फाइन्ड गरिसकेपछि चाहिँ किनभने जहिले पनि ट्रान्सम्यानहरूसँग हिँडिराख्दाखेरि चाहिँ अलिकति एकदमै धेरै लाउड हुने सबैजना अनि मलाई चाहिँ त्यो त्यस्तो धेरै चाहिँ मन पर्दैन थियो नि त अनि यता आइसकेपछि चाहिँ म दिस इज मी आई फाइनली फाउन्ड भनेर चाहिँ भइरहेको थियो अनि त्यति बेलामा चाहिँ जाइनहरू चाहिँ बनाइराख्नु कुराहरू भइरहेको थियो त्यति बेला अनि मैले पनि आफ्नो केही बनाएको थिएँ लाइक वी क्यान सेयर इट लास्टमा होइन त्यो यति नै होला so Shobhan, can you
I
translate it?
Yes. So Jayan was also talking to us about how he ended up joining Nepali aspects. So Jayan was mentioning that he was sure of his experiences as a trans man and had gotten involved with the trans communities, trans men community, and he had very loud experiences with them. And I think for him, he also mentioned that the one chapter that in a way was missing from his identity was also um, learning about aceness and getting involved with Nepali aspects. He also mentioned that, and I think in the spotlight session also we mentioned that we have made a series of zines that talks about various ace and arrow experiences, ND experiences, trans experiences, all of us members, all the different experiences that we carry. We have poured all of that into our zines. So Zion actually ended up joining Nepali Aspects and met us all when we were making those zines. So and he also ended up contributing a lot to making those zines. And yeah, so in a way, he was also mentioning that how this has become like an important space for him. Zion, did I miss anything?
Oh, it's fine.
Okay, thank you. Sid, are you there?
Okay, I can go, but I'm afraid I will again have background noise or something, though I'm in a very soundproof room. Am I having any background noises now?
You are.
I don't know. It's like
It looks
very
like
dead
an
silent.
animal kind of noise.
Oh, I think it's my laptop fan. I'm sorry, that cannot be helped. But
Do you want to try joining with your phone?
yeah, I'll do that. Give me a second.
Yes, but you can speak. I think we can hear you, but for right now, you can keep on speaking, and then you can maybe like for the next time when you're speaking, we'll have better sound quality. That's also really okay.
Okay, so my experience in joining Nepali Aspects also goes back to 2023. Yeah, 2023. Um, I first physically met Nepali Aspects member as they mentioned in IAD event as well. Before that, I was not here in Kathmandu. Firstly, I lived in a different city. So at the end of 2022 when I came to know about Nepali aspects, it was through their Instagram handle, but I reached out to them and had some conversations, but um, and I came to Kathmandu a few months after that, and um, on again this IAD event, I again came across Nepal Aspects team and the things that they do. And that event was, I think, one of the milestone in Nepali Aspect history. And I think it is one of the grandest event we have ever done till now for the celebration of IAD. Because apart from that, we usually have small programs, events, because the Nepal Aspects community is very, very small, not even 20 members, I'd say, the active members. Though there are a lot of people aspects in Nepal, but I think due to lack of awareness or maybe any fear, internal fear, external fear, they do not come out as aspect. So yeah, that's my experience as in Nepali aspects since April 2023, and it's been 2 amazing years, I'd say. And after that, I started joining in the events. I started, you know, taking so I started doing different work for them. For example, planning sessions, some a little bit designing for Instagram posts and stories, and this, sometimes very rarely replying to the emails of the official email account and stuff like that. And yeah, this has been one of my found family here in Kathmandu. So it's an amazing experience with them till now. Yeah, and I hope the future holds with nicer memories and the events and everything. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you
it
so
does.
much,
It
Sid.
definitely does.
B, could you? I'm not sure if I can access because I joined with a different device. Can you actually check? And I know Exponential 7, they had a lot of comments, and I think we can just talk about that or actually read them out and mention that as well. But I'm not sure if I can access it now that I've changed devices. So could you please read them out?
Well, I think the comments on the stream uh, here are, yeah. uh, Exponential 7 is saying that what's so important about this discussion is how the male ace community is so often erased in aspect discussions. Yeah, you're so right. Exponential 7. And yeah, the ghost star ish stereotype precludes the idea that male or male presenting people can even be ace or arrow at all. And yeah, I'd say that's that's the primary male ace experience, right? Can we be ace at all, right? That question, kind of is the at the forefront of exploring of ace masculinity, right? Can I as a male presenting person be ace at all, or am I lying to myself all the time, or right? Maybe I'm not ace, or maybe I'm not found the right person, or stuff like that, right? You are questioning yourself constantly, uh, just because you are a male presenting or a map person, right? Yeah, we all relate to what Exponential 7 said, right? And yeah, yeah, I'd like to add one thing to it, right? Our is male is experience, right? Because men are sort of privileged, right, in their upbringing, and their the standards for men, right, the uh, rules for men are a bit lax than for women, yeah, right, or female presenting people growing up, right? So the privilege kind of makes it easy for you to move on as if there's no questions within you, there's no confusion with you, right? But as you move on, right, you don't feel that everything's right, you are suppressing some aspects about yourself, you are not being honest with yourself, right? The privilege, especially aspect men get, right, it, I think, at least for me, right, it came at a cost, right? It cost was the years I had to spend masking my own self, right? uh, I think I wouldn't even say masking, right? Being unaware of my own, the way or the life or the the self I'd feel most comfortable with, right? So yeah, being sort of just plain oblivious of your true self, right? Not even hiding, right? Just plain oblivious that you could be, right, a spec. You could be, on the a spectrum, right? So because in South Asia and because it's in our country, right, there's no, when I was growing up, when we were growing up, there was no, sort of uh, the platforms and the vocabulary for, queer expression, right? Especially not aspect expressions, right? There were some, mm, some people and some discussions about being uh, LGBT or being on the queer as in LGBT, right? But there was no A, right? The A didn't exist, so we didn't know that A could exist, right, within us. So yeah, I mean, how do you hide, something that you don't know you have, right? So it wasn't about even hiding it, right? It wasn't. It was being plain, just not knowing about it, just not knowing about it. So that kind of, uh, that kind of has a cost on you, right? On your body, on your being, and the trauma it gives, I guess, the trauma and the, the masking and the suppression of your own self, kind of, that is not, talked about, I guess, as ace men, right? Aspect on the men on the aerospace spectrum, right? Because of their privileges, they can, sort of move through life more easily than women or aspect women, right? But the cost it uh, comes with is, yeah, that's one thing that's not talked about much, I guess. Yeah, and we all agree with the commenter. Yeah.
I think even with how we planned this panel, we actually did want to talk about what Exponential 7 had just mentioned. So they've asked us something. I do have a question for the panel. How does toxic masculinity show itself in Nepali culture, and how does that affect how you navigate your ace arrow identity, right? So this so even this morning, so it's evening time in Nepal right now, but this morning we all sat for a meeting and tried talking about how do we want to divide the time, what are the things that we want to focus on during the panel, and the idea of toxic masculinity came up a lot. So we had probably had 1.5 hour meeting. More than an hour of that was just dedicated to talking about toxic masculinity. And in many ways, because again, all four of us are from different geographies, different gender identities, different sexualities, a lot of different things, right? So even with that, our own experiences with toxic masculinity and masculinity in general, and how they correlate to our ace arrow identities, has also been very diverse. So I can start with this, and I think because this is something that we all passionately talked about this morning, we can all add our own understanding and experiences with toxic masculinity and ace arrow identities. So I can start with myself. For me, like you also mentioned, you also talked about the gold star ace thing, and again, I don't know if I have the definition of the word correct or not, but it's again, feel free to actually also write the definition that you're going by, so that it helps everybody, including us and everybody watching the live stream, who will understand what the term means. But by my understanding, it's something that a gold star ace man is supposed to be someone who is man in all aspects, who is probably able-bodied, who is probably cishet. I'm not sure about this, so please do feel free to let me know if that's correct or not. But in many ways, someone who would be called normal, and the only thing that is abnormal about them being their asexuality. I'm not sure if that is the correct, like, if that's the definition I have understood of it. And for me, how this factors, how the
experience of toxic masculinity factors in this discussion is that I yes, someone who is beautifully proportioned. Yes. So I think for me, I was very clearly not a normal child. So I think I we'll talk about this as well. We will talk about neurodivergence, and for me, neurodivergence informs a very big part of my asexuality because so I never got to be a normal child because as someone who grew up lower to middle income and who uh, was autistic. I look autistic now. I am autistic, but I was a much more autistic child. I think I somehow either learned to completely mask and forget what is autistic and what is not, or I probably, in a way, my autism started manifesting in different things. But I was a very uh, difficult autistic child, difficult in a way that I would agree to whatever people said about me, but which was a desirable trait, but also difficult in a way that if somebody made fun of me, I would genuinely not understand that, and it didn't matter to me at all. So from childhood, I had the privilege of not, even though I was male bodied, I identify as non-binary. I identify as agender now. Um, as not because it's because they're born that. Oh, okay. So it's the idea that their ace arrowness is not because they're ugly or disabled. It's because they're born that way and hence has an asexuality or arrowness that can't be questioned. Oh, I did not know about this. This makes a lot of sense. I think, okay, connecting it back to what I was also mentioning, I grew up fat, disabled, a lot of those things. I still had my own privileges. That a very effective, a very effective is not the word, a very prominent caste system exists in Nepal, and I was born at the top of the caste system, which gave me a lot of privilege. Again, being socialized as a man in itself gives me a lot of privilege, but things like being clearly disabled, being clearly autistic, um, in a way, I think deterred me from being that gold ace asexual person because I didn't have the option to appear normal ever. A lot of the times, even like since childhood, a lot of people use the word abnormal or weird, or in Nepali there are a lot of words that exist. There's a word called lathuro, there's a word called ekal kato. So a lot of those things talk about how if someone is not um, if someone is not sociable, if someone is not socially apt, if someone has a lot of maybe sensory issues, for example, intellectual issues, for example, they don't get to be treated as normal. So for me, I would say right now I was very privileged to not grow up with a lot of friends who were men or a lot of people who were men. So I grew up in so I have an older brother, but besides that, we grew up in a joint family where everyone else were women. So I was raised in a primarily women family. All the people I usually met, besides some festivals, were all women because it would usually be the friends of the women that I was growing up with, the women who were my caregivers. So I was fortunate enough to not be boxed, not from a very early age because it was mostly women, and women, again, this is a stereotype, this is a generalization, but women were kinder. So because of that, a lot of the things that were weird about me, and now I can see a lot of those were me being ace or arrow, they were seen as just a quirk which is not as harmful as my autistic quirks, so they were very easily forgiven. And as I grew up, I I still I can't remember a single man friend that I had. I did not have a single like I just didn't. I grew up with women friends. I grew up with having women friends around me. Even now, fun fact, I was just checking my Insta DMs um, 3 4 days ago, and I realized that out of the 50 most recent texts, it's just 3 men. It's just 3 men, and 2 happen to be my colleagues. So out of the 50 recent DMs, all of them are either groups with mixed men, women, queer people, non-binary people, all of that, or if it's personal DMs. My last, okay, let's say 30 personal DMs, majority, almost overwhelming majority were women. So because of that, I was saved, I was protected, and a lot of the times I know that was a conscious decision by the women in my lives, because they knew that men bully. I very clearly remember this experience. So in ninth grade, I want to say, we had never played dodgeball. At dodgeball, I had no idea what that was. And if some of you on the live stream don't know, it's basically a game where you people are divided in teams. They are on the either sides, and then you just hit someone with the ball. Whoever gets hit by the ball is now out, and then the game continues. And I remember being such an autistic child with no coordination. I have never been good at any games. Again, games, sports is where you connect with men. I was not doing any of that. I didn't have to connect with men. And no hand-eye coordination, no social skills. I was a very scared, feminine, autistic child. So I was. I know this was supposed to be making fun of me. So they got divided in groups of men and women, and we had one more man in the team. Sorry, no, we had what's the distribution like? I think it was, I don't remember the distribution. Oh no, okay. So it was an odd number. We had 8 men, 8 women in the groups, and there was just one me. And then everybody was like, "Yeah, you're obviously going to the women's team and not the men team." And I was like, "Of course, that checks out. I'm not going to the men team, so of course I'm going to the women team." It just didn't even matter to me that it was a very huge deal. So even during even playing the game, I was not good at it. I was scared, so I just hid behind them, and a lot of them like called me names, and I was like, this does not affect me at all, because your opinion does not matter to me at all. If it was one of the girls who was in my team, who was my friend, that was making fun of me, I'll be affected. But you are not my friend. You obviously don't have the right to say anything, but your words don't mean a lot to me. So in a way, I don't know what it's my personality, it's my identity, it's my experience, a lot of what it is. I just clearly got a lot of privilege to escape the cycle of toxic masculinity, got to escape the cycle of being enforced to do a lot of traditionally masculine things and a lot of things. And I think that's also why so as a panis person, I got to come out and get involved with queer communities very early on, not as early as I would have liked, not in my teens, I think in my late teens actually. So I would have loved to do it in my early or mid teens. I only got to do it in my late teens. Again, a very distinct difference from what we got to experience, because they only got to experience the queer, enjoyable, fun life in their late 20s, but I got to do it very early on. So because of that, I'm so glad to all the women in my life who actually consciously, unconsciously, I know, and even now, there a lot of them have admitted to me that they did try to protect me from men a lot. And it's only in like now in 2025, it's only in places like workplaces or in a public transport or something like that is where I get to experience men. Even now, majority of my friends are women or non-binary people, which is the best thing in the world. So I think in a way, those kind of experiences for me personally, again, because I'm not generalizing as a whole, for me, I got to escape a lot of toxic masculine cycle, because I was not, again, now that I've corrected it, I was never a gold star ace because of my autism disability, and even things that are not mainstream, like growing up in a matriarchal family, or growing up out of the city. Somehow I didn't grow up in a village, I didn't grow up in a city, I grew up in kind of a suburbs kind of setting, but still very villagey. We were a village development committee. It's it's municipality, and then it goes with village development committee. I was in one of those, so I got to skip a lot of it. But I know a lot of people didn't, And if we talk about Nepali culture and how it, in a way, prioritizes toxic masculinity, we can't miss things like the military expedition. Military is a very big, is a very big career goal for a lot of men. And I think the little of harassment or abuse or whatever I faced from my friends and classmates, all of them were aspiring to be military professionals. They were all aiming to join the British Gorkha army. So it's a regiment of especially Nepali soldiers in the British army. A lot of people who were aspiring to those forms of masculinity, like military masculinity, or those who were like in a way connected to sports or things like that, which are deemed traditionally masculine, is where I faced a lot of flack for not being masculine enough, for not conforming. But I am again very thankful to all the women in my life who protected me from all of that. So with that very, very, very long description, I'd like to pass it on to B, Zion, or Sid, who would like to add their own experiences with toxic masculinity, Nepali culture, and how it influences or interacts with their ASARO identities.
Mm, as a Nepali age trans man, I often feel lost between who I am and what society expects me to be. From a very young age, I was, I saw how people around me treated men and boys. If they always had to be strong, and he never cry, and he never show their soft side. I didn't fit that image, and I still don't. uh, I'm asexual, and I don't feel sexual attraction, and that confuse people. They expect men to they expect men to be always interested in sex or to chase after it, but that's not me because I'm ace. Some people say that I'm not man enough. जहिले पनि प्रुफ गरिरहनुपर्छ नि त अनि that always hurt me. uh, अनि एकदम मेरो आइडेन्टिटी चाहिँ एकदमै लाइक एकदम ब्रोकन छ नि त अनि एकदम मिसिङ पनि छ यी कुराहरूले गर्दाखेरि अनि I haven't done top surgery. I still live with chest that doesn't feel like mine. Some days like म मिरर पनि फेस गर्दिनँ अनि I use binder and बाइन्डर पनि एकदम लङ टाइमसम्म चाहिँ लगाउन मिल्दैन 6 to 8 hours मात्रै लगाउन मिल्छ तर मान्छेहरूले चाहिँ धेरै टाइमसम्म चाहिँ लगाइरहेको हुन्छ अनि त्यही पनि आम accepting my body as I am अनि I still get my period, I bleed, and every time like म भित्र चाहिँ एकदम ब्याटल चाहिँ चलिरहेको छ कि इमोसनली फिजिकल्ली चाहिँ एकदमै धेरै अनि ब्लिडिङ रिमाइन्ड्स मी कि वर्डले त म्यान भनेको लाइक ब्लिड गर्दैन भनेर बुझ्छ नि त तर आम अ म्यान हु ब्लिड्स अनि यो कुराहरू चाहिँ मान्छेहरूले चाहिँ खासै कुराहरू चाहिँ गर्दैन एन्ड आइ एम टकिङ अबाउट इट अनि टक्सिक मास्कुलिनिटीले चाहिँ के भन्छ भन्दाखेरि एकदमै एग्रेसिभ हुनुपर्छ म्यान भनेको कन्फिडेन्ट हुनुपर्छ डोमिनेन्ट हुनुपर्छ तर म त्यो कहिले पनि छैन नि त अनि आम एकैछिन ल
I think till that time, maybe Sushovan can translate what Zion said to our viewers. Yeah.
Yeah, so I've added it in the chats, and also B has added to it. A lot of what Zion talked, I mean, a lot of it was in English, but also it's English and Nepali mix, so it might be difficult to grasp. But he was also mentioning how men are supposed to be dominant, but that's something that he never was. He is. As a trans man, you're expected to have had a top surgery, and if not, your masculinity is questioned. You're supposed to wear binders all the time. If you do not, your masculinity is questioned. You are not supposed to talk about having your periods at all, and if you do, your masculinity is questioned. So a lot of those, yeah. So yeah, notion of masculinity. So even the stereotypes that exists about man and masculinity does not change. It does not differ if you are a cisgender man or a transgender man, because even as trans men, you're supposed to feel all the same notions of masculinity, sometimes maybe to a bigger extent. Zion was mentioning about how he's learning to love his own body, and that sometimes gets difficult. Sometimes he struggles with that. Sometimes he cannot look at himself in the mirror. But again, it's a constant process of learning what masculinity is and what it's hyped up to be, but maybe it's not, and how Zion gets to define his own masculinity. Zion, are you back? Also, B has added a few of the translations that I probably missed in the comments, so please do look into it. Yeah, Zion, are you back?
Okay, as we wait for Gion, I'd like to add something to that. Right, I relate to Gion's experience, right, of having a fractured identity, right? Because you know, because I studied and I uh, had my experiences in an environment where men and women were actively segregated, right? You had a row for men, you had a row for women, and you weren't supposed to go there and you weren't supposed to be there, right? The heteropatriarchal and the allonormative and amatonormative ideas were they were they were put on the children from a very very early age, right? Mm, when right from when the school started, right? So being autistic as well, I kind of ignored my internal conflict, I guess. And well, that's how it is. I thought, well, that's how it must be, or that's how it is, right? So the segregation kind of uh, made me distant, I guess, or didn't let didn't help me kind of get to or connect to the women uh, in that period, right? And during my high school and during my college years as well, I kind of sort of lived and grew up in a very masculine environment, right? the the college I studied in, and I lived in a boys hostel, right, for about 5, 6, or around 7 years, right? So when you are a feminine, man, right? When you are a feminine man, the whole experience of a boys hostel is very very disorienting, right? Uh, the talks, the stuff, right? The the presentation of masculinity among men when they are with men, right? It's it hasn't sit right with me, and it didn't sit right with me. But I feel like I didn't have any option at that time, right? So being in a boys hostel, and yeah, I think that is kind of the defining and experience of for my on uh, exploration, or mm, not getting to explore my own masculinity and sexuality and all that, right? Because the environment I lived in was so full of toxic masculinity, right? uh, so the experience became more and more disorienting, right? And because at that time I didn't have the vocabulary, and I didn't have the tools, and I didn't have the know how, I guess, to escape that or to cope with that, right? That that trauma added on, right? So since I've gotten to explore my own queerness, my own asexuality, right? I have no male friends. That right, as Susavan said, right? Uh, if I look at my child history, there are no men, right? That happened, but that happened quite, after I had some disorienting and some, uh, you know, horrible experiences around and with, toxic masculinity. So I'd gotten to the point, right? I where I would think that masculinity itself is toxic, right? There's no healthy masculinity or stuff like that, right? Uh, so yeah, uh, that was my experience with. Yeah, also I'd like to add that within the family as well, right? With friends, yeah, I think all of them were figuring themselves out, but they weren't, they were okay with being sowing or being toxic masculinity, right? So that kind of had effect on me, and also with the family as well, right? The family and the circle of family circle, right? I think, yeah, in our culture, right, how men grow and how men treat women and how they behave around women and how they behave around men as well, right? It is toxic, right? So much of it is toxic. So yeah, kind of, yeah, I think I haven't been immune to it. So I wouldn't say I have been immune to it, right? Because when you live in an environment like that, right, when you see that every day, right, when you see that around you everywhere every day, right, you internalize it, definitely internalize it. So I'm not saying that, yeah, I haven't had, right, toxic masculinity, the experience with it, or I haven't had internalized masculine, internalized aspects of masculinity that were toxic, right? uh, so yeah, the queer experience and the asexual experience has been about unlearning that as well, right? uh, among other things, right? Because for me, being queer has and does mean so many things, right? Beyond, right, being just asexual, right? It means being at odds with things, right? So yeah, being at odds with the notions of masculinity that I was raised with, right? The notion of injustice that I was raised with, because I was also raised as a a man of a upper caste, uh, in a caste hierarchy, right? So I had my own ideas of injustice. I had my own ideas of, my idea of masculinity was well informed by the religious brahminical patriarchal ideas, and my ideas of justice, my ideas of uh, mm, being in the world, right, were informed by those things, right? So being queer and being aspect and exploring that has also been you know mm, part of unlearning both masculinity, both sexuality, and all of my preconceived notions, I'd say. Yeah, uh, not just toxic masculinity and a lot of things. I think maybe yeah, Jayan, are you back? Or maybe Sid, can I have
Yes,
something?
I'm finally back. So like finally like family भेटायो कि मैले like सबै कुराहरू चाहिँ सेयर गर्न पाइरहेको छु भनेर फिल भइरहेको छ कि किनभने कहिले पनि लाइक मेरो एज मास्कुलिनिटीको बारेमा होइन ट्रान्स एज एज अ एज ट्रान्सको बारेमा त मैले कहिले पनि काहीँ पनि कहिले पनि कुरै गर्न पाएन नि त अनि कस्तो फाइनली लाइक यो कुराहरू चाहिँ मैले सेयर गरेँ भनेर भइरहेको छ Someone translate.
Okay. No, that was a very sweet thing that Zion just mentioned. So Zion just shared that he I don't know, I got emotional hearing that, but he mentioned that he never gets to talk about both his trans and ace experiences at the same time. So being a trans ace person is not something he's gotten to talk about, and getting to talk about getting an opportunity to talk about that experience is really special, is what he was talking about. And yeah, no, it was a really, no, I take a moment to like just feel that. जायन तिम्रो अरू केही एड गर्नु थियो कि अहिले एकैछिनमा
अहिले
गर्छौ?
अहिले एकछिन
Sid, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I think yeah, these experiences are really, really personal, and it really differs from person to person. First of all, am I audible now? Is there sound,
Yes, yes.
background noise?
Audible.
Okay, okay. So I'll go. So yeah, these experiences are really personal, but when you are growing up in with a group of people, or like in a community that doesn't really fit for you, these experiences, they really do not become personal, because you have to conform to those communities or those group of people, and then just for the sake of validation, or let's say you know to fit in with those people, you have to um come out of your comfort zone, whether it's about your aceness, awareness, queerness, anything, just to conform. And the talks that the men, usually the teenage men or the young adult men, they have about different topics, especially um, about their partner or their you know life. It's like you feel a very gap between their stories and experiences and your experiences. At the same time, you feel very uncomfortable with it, because um well, first of all, their talk is very based on heterosexuality, so there is one gap. And then again, you are an ace, so then there's another gap there. So there's not only a single gap, but like double, triple gap that you usually feel around. But you just make your own stories, even if you do not have any lived experiences or memories, but you like make your own stories, memoirs, or stuff like that, just to share with them and to fit in. But then eventually, growing up, you realize you were never meant to fit in there. It was a part of experience. But more than an experience, I think that time, like Vijay said, the hostel time, or the teenage friend circle time, more than experience, it's also a revelation and a teaching for you that, oh, this is not you. This could never be you. You can never be like them, even if you want to. And it doesn't necessarily mean in a negative way, but in a positive way too. It's like you're not giving taunts to them, you're not tana marring to them, but you are just explaining to yourself that, okay, you can never be them, okay, you do not have to be them to exist. And yeah, I think it pretty much sums up most of the um AMAB experiences growing up. It's whether you are a straight man or a queer man, or an AMAB, a trans woman before you're transitioning, when you still identify as a man. So I think these experiences really shape masculinities. And I think as Zion shared about transness and aceness, how they are like both things are like juxtaposition, but like they can also coexist. And um even if it's not, necessarily heteronormative society, but um, in the queer society or in the trans society, the aceness or the arrowness, the aspectness is still a taboo, and then it's to be honest, it's no better than the heteronormative scenario. It's really the same, and I think it's worse, because the queer people or the trans people or anyone in the community, they get a special kind of privilege to be misogyny, to be um, to be misogynist, or to hate ace people, body shaming and stuff like that, just because they're queer. So they think they have the privilege, and while the heterosexual people do it, they speak against it, they fight for it, but when they do it themselves, it's like, wow, I have done this, I am cool boy, cool girl, queer NB, cool NB. So that is so funny and irritating at the same time. Yeah. I think that is it about me. um, I also think I should leave now because I have the next session with MNK after this, starting from 8:45 Nepali time PM. So I think I will go and prepare a bit for that as well. Yeah. Thank
Bye.
you. Bye bye everyone. Best of luck. Okay.
Yeah, we have some comments, right? Questions. So, yeah, I'd like to go about the first question, right? Exponential 7 posted. How can a hetero man use their masculinity to resist white supremacy, right? So, yeah, I think we do it from the place we stand, right? From where we are, right? Like in Nepal, right? It's a very, caste based society, right? The Brahminical men are at the, you know, the top, right? So for us, resisting white supremacy also means, resisting Brahmin supremacy, right? Resisting Brahmin male supremacy, right? So we do it from the place we stand. Also, we do attempt and we do try to, uh, decolonize the things we do, right? We do try to, center our local voices. We do try to, you know unlearn what white supremacy has taught us, right? And we do try to, recenter our own experiences and try to, you know make our own vocabulary and create our own language about the stuff that we go through, the experiences that we go through. Like for example, we do try to, write or talk and translate our stuff to Nepali, with the Instagram post we do, the our website and stuff like that. So yeah, because, you know in the context of, capitalism and the Palestine thing going on, and all the, atrocities happening all over the world, right? As queer people, as heroist people, right, we do feel, you know responsibility to uh, actively, resist all forms of oppression. So yeah, resisting white supremacy feels like, resisting Brahmin patriarchy for us, right? uh, Locally, right? So uh, on a level, global level, right, we try to disconnect ourselves from, you know funders, maybe funders who, support genocide. And there are funders, or there are people who support queer causes, but aren't, are silent on Palestine or are against the issue, right? We try to distance ourselves from them, like in terms of all the things, right? In terms of media consumption as well, right? In terms of the discussions we have, right? uh, so not just as heroes men, yeah, right? As people from the global south, we, we do have a stake in resisting white supremacy and resisting colonialism, right? So yeah, because whereas we do resist, and we do speak against the heteronormative, allonormative, and metanormative stuff. So that is in itself kind of resisting white supremacy as well. So yeah, I think, yeah, that's what you know I'd say about resisting white supremacy. And maybe Susaban or Charan can add on to that.
I was thinking about answering how I would answer the second question, so I didn't get to hear a lot of what you said about white supremacy. I heard it in tidbits. I was listening to it, but somehow I was not processing that. So, if I remember anything about that question, again, one thing important thing to address is casteism. I think casteism is something that um, exists in Nepali society. White supremacy exists in Nepali society because of the colonial influence, and even now the imposing of global north on global south, especially in Nepal through funding projects. A lot of what B also mentioned, through funding projects, infrastructure development projects, and putting us in a loop of debt and aid. So I think, in a way, it exists in Nepal, but something that is more contextual is casteism. So I think casteism is a hierarchy where there are people from different groups, from social castes, that some of them are said to be. Oh my god, I'm losing track of this. So again, casteism, I think a lot of you do understand that, similar to the Indian caste system, or even like Balinese Hindu caste system. Caste system exists in Nepal, and because of that, access to different things, what things you can talk about, what things you can get involved in, and even simpler things like, can you drink water from this tap? Can you get admitted to the school? Can you perform this particular profession or cultural norms or a social practice? All of that is dictated and controlled and limited by social castes. So that is something that we need to dismantle. And a lot of the a lot of how we are going to dismantle white supremacy is similar to how we are going to dismantle casteist brahmanical supremacy as well. So even with things like that, I might not I am AMAB. I might not identify with the men experience all the time. I identify as agender, but because I look like this, some days I'm more dolled up. Today I didn't really feel like doing it, so I pass as a typical cishet man. So I think it's time like these when I really get to intervene, especially as a Brahmin who was supposed to be at the top of the caste hierarchy. Because of that, and also passing as a cishet person, the best thing I can do is uh, just call out people. It's really fun. I get to do that sometimes. It's I get to call them out if they are doing something casteist, if they're doing something that is not very affirming of queer identities, something that is rooted in racism, something that is rooted in classism. I get to call that out. I also get to constantly learn that, because of course I have read, I could read more. I have watched movies, I could watch more. I have heard stories, I could hear a lot more. But despite doing all of that, with being socialized, with being born and brought up in having a male body and being socialized as a man, there's a lot that I do not understand about a lot of experiences that cis women face, trans men face, non-binary people across the spectrum face. So I think a process of constantly learning, and because I look like this, and because I belong to the Brahmin community, I will have access to those learning resources. So it's up to me to make the best use of all the resources that are at my disposal. But also it's my responsibility to now make them accessible, because now I have access. That does not mean that the access should be limited to me. So any kind of resource that I have, any kind of audio, video, books, podcasts, whatever kind of resources I have, it is up to me to make them accessible as well, and share it with people, enforce it on people a lot of ways. So call them out, read, share the readings, talk about it, and also physical actions like going to protests. If in currently in Nepal, there are a lot of projects, developmental projects, the neoliberal colonial definition of development. There are a lot of development projects going on that are hampering the lives of indigenous people across Nepal. We have a cable car project that is being built in Mukumlung that is aiming to endanger the lives of indigenous Yaktung people, and poses the risk of having thousands of tens of thousands of trees being cut down. We are protesting against that. As a Brahmin, aspec, uh, like man passing person, it's up to me to attend those. It's up to me to show my visibility. It's up to me to um, a lot of men are rotten, but there might be some men who, just because I attended some kind of protest, some kind of because I shared some kind of resource, because I said something, maybe some of them who wanted to do that will feel more comfortable doing that. So and for the rotten men, it's up to, anything is okay, call them out. If that does not work, again, I am not very against physical harm as well. If you are doing something truly harmful to communities that are not your own, and if you're doing something truly harmful based on your supposed caste and gender privilege, so I'm really okay with that. So a lot of those things. But okay, I was more prepared to answer the second question, so I'll go get to that. What can the rest of the Ace Arrow community learn from the Ace Spec male experience? So mm, um, I think there's a social script, right? There's a social script that exists for cishet allo people, but there's also different scripts. Some wordings might be changed, some font might be changed probably, but there are very traditional scripts, the social scripts that need to be followed for aspec women, for aspec men, and for aspec non-binary people. So as for me, because I present myself as non-binary in a lot of settings, I I have this pressure to perform gender correctly. Again, non-binary is supposed to be the gender that is free, and free of stereotypes, and free of conflicts, and free of boxing people. But somehow it tends to not be that. So I need to perform um, being a non-binary person. I need to be dolled up at all times. I need to, I don't know, have a lot of piercings. I need to have a lot of tattoos. I need to have a lot of accessories all over my face, all over my body. And I love doing that. I'm not opposed to that, but I don't think I want to do it all the time. So, as an aspec non-binary person, you are expected to perform the definition of non-binary. The most common definition, the most common definition of non-binary aesthetic, non-binary agender, non-binary gender expression is androgyny. So you are supposed to perform to that, and I think you're also supposed to perform attraction a certain way. I think even as a queer person, even as a non-binary person, you are expected to perform hypersexuality in ways different to how cishet men are expected to perform the masculinity, but in many ways as reductive, as exhausting, and as limiting as the way cishet men are expected to perform their compulsory sexuality and hypersexuality. So there's always this pressure to be beautiful at all times. There is this pressure to always perform your physical appearance, but also your emotional appearance. How do you, your social appearance, how do you talk to people, that must be non-binary and all at all times. And a lot of the times I don't think that aligns with aspec expression. So you also are supposed to be, you know, if you're in queer spaces, you're always supposed to be sassy. You should have a funny remark for anything anyone says. And sometimes you just don't feel like it. Sometimes if you're an aspec person, you don't feel like making a sexual joke just for the sake of, even though you can make a sexual joke and you can make a funnier sexual joke than everyone else in the room, you sometimes don't want to do that. So there's a lot of expectations put on aspec non-binary people as well, right? Because the idea of queerness, the idea of the yeah, the performance of queerness in many ways has come to be tied to performance of sexuality, performance of romance, and a very weird thing. I don't know if this is I might be generalizing this, but if you're a non-binary person, you are expected to perform let's find a good word for that, gender confusion. Like, you're supposed to be someone who others cannot tell. So true, non-binary people do not owe anyone androgyny, so you're supposed to be androgynous to an extent where someone can't distinguish whether you are amab or afab. So again, another social script over there. And while doing so, you are also supposed to perform the social and emotional roles that are associated with either genders. So if we talk about aspec women as well, for aspec women as well, there's a lot of social scripts to follow. uh, a lot of the script that women need to follow aligns with uh, aligns with maybe does not conflict with what asexuality people think asexuality is, but it really isn't. Being docile, being not being someone who is forthcoming, and someone who is taking an initiative to ask people out. A lot of those things, not being, not performing sexuality in public. Again, in private, women are supposed to be the most sexual person, but in public, you're not supposed to be that sexual. So a lot of those things that ends up being the things that being the part of the script that aspec women, um, some of them, many of them, like, depends on the person, of course, might be able to perform. But there are different parts of the script that aspec women are supposed to perform, also does not align with their how they perceive their own asexuality and the performance of it. So I think, tying it all, what are the few things that we can learn? So I'm trying to think of direct points that can help, but I think um, what aspec men and male experience can help the larger asaro community learn is, um, them not following a script makes it easier for women and non-binary people to not follow the script. So because even in queer spaces, because there's a lot of unlearning to do, people will still prioritize the male voice more. People will still prioritize what the person with the male voice and the male body and the male posture has to say over someone who has a more feminine or androgynous voice, posture, attitude, presence in the room, right? So I think, because, and when men resist the script that is put on them, it becomes easier for others to not have to follow that um, experience. And I think that in action, in many ways, can be affirming. I think the main thing is aspect men who are actively trying to dismantle white supremacy, Brahminical supremacy, and a lot of things, including like active climate justice denial or things like that. A lot of intersecting issues, right? When oh no, I lost my train of thought trying to think of the final example. Okay, I'm going to wrap it up very quick. So I think what aspec men can learn is, sometimes it's when they do it, it becomes easier to challenge those gendered expectations, to resist all the scripts that are put out for people. So, and I think when they do that, I think it's easier to say that masculinity is evil, right? But again, at some point, we have to do something about it, and um, it shouldn't be the burden of women, non-binary, and femme people everywhere to change the definition of masculinities, to cultivate a masculinity that is more nurturing, that is more gentle, that is more caring, right? So I think I don't want to give aspec men um, a lot of what's the word? A lot of credit for it, but maybe being aspec in some ways might help men, because they are aspec and because they face the marginalization in some ways to have it easier to practice those gentleness, those acts of service, those acts of care, right? So I think maybe that is something that could help make it easier for people to be even comfortable with being around masculinity. As I say that, I'm still not comfortable if I am in a room with like five men and nobody else. I'm leaving the room. That's what I'm doing. I'm not comfortable with having all men around me because that's not how I grew up. And again, with additional experiences that I've experienced during my teenage, during my adult age, I just don't feel that comfort, right? So I think um, aspec men have this unique opportunity to um, redefine the the traditional definition of masculinity, redefine the traditional definition of beauty, attraction, sexual pleasure, romantic, uh, um, romantic pleasure, and also romantic approach, right? Like prioritizing different forms of relationships, prioritizing relationships that have different power dynamics. So I think um, being a man, aspec men get to be in the mainstream, so they get to fight from the mainstream. They get to just create that space where everybody gets to just, I'm not saying they do, but there is an opportunity for aspec men to be able to create that space that makes other people comfortable, other aspec and queer men and non-binary people comfortable in resisting the scripts, verbally, physically, mentally, emotionally, socially, environmentally, culturally, socially, religiously. A lot of ways those resistance becomes easier because there's someone with um, there's someone who has in a way a lot more at stake by not performing masculinity, uh, doing not someone who has a lot more to lose if they don't perform their masculinity, not performing the masculinity the way they're supposed to or they're expected to. I think it creates that it can create, I'm not saying it creates, because I think, and my final point for you, I've read a few articles, I've seen a few videos written by cishet men that spew outright misogyny, that I have things I have read written by cis het alloromantic asexual men, some blogs and stuff like that written by them, which is just clear misogyny. And if I find some articles, I'm going to link it when I'm not speaking. But it was a very distressing experience to and disappointing experience to read that as well. So I think it can create those experiences, it can create those radical spaces, it can challenge the society can be challenged farther than how queer women and non-binary people who are historically under resourced and are not encouraged to speak and speak, they can push it further. Does that mean they're doing it? Not sure. I have read a few people who are actively a part of the toxic masculinity, trying to in a way somehow blame women for um I think it's a challenge, internal challenge that they are facing, making sense of both their masculinity and aspec identities. But a lot of it gets directed towards women for no reason at all, and that does not feel fair to me. It gets directed towards queer people for some reason. It gets directed towards the larger queer community, who, even as an aspect person who has a lot of the times felt very excluded in queer spaces because of the hypersexuality and compulsory sexuality, we also need to remember that sexual performance and sexual expression, free sexual expression, was something that had been and is being um, legally, politically, socially, religiously challenged in cultures all around the world. And I think it's it's okay if allosexual, alloromantic people, queer people want to perform their alloromanticness, want to have an active public romantic life, want to have an active public sexual life. It's just that them imposing it on aspec people who might not want that or might not want it in the same manner is the part that gets problematic. But again, with a lot of writing, it gets very confusing about what is being blamed for what. Like for a lot of, you know, how people who just blame a random person instead of blaming the larger system, maybe capitalism, maybe white supremacy. It's just people try to find things that they can blame on. And I have seen a lot of writings by spec men that have used women and queer people to place all the blame on. So maybe there's that. So maybe there is there's an opportunity. We are not grabbing that. aspec men, if you are in the live stream, grab that opportunity to create that space for people. aspec women and non-binary people who know other aspec men, get them to get them to create that space for themselves and y'all, by maybe pushing it gently, but if that does not work, pushing it with a little more force maybe.
Yeah, what I'd like to add to what Susoban said about the second question is that, it's not necessary that there should be something that the broader airways, space has to have something to learn from, ace men, right? Because how our society is structured and how men are brought up, right? Ace men, ultimately they have been socialized as men, right? So I think us as ace men would do better by, unlearning all that stuff. And I think, yeah, if we, as someone said, that if we, uh, stop centering ourselves just for a minute, I think would do well, right? Just because, yeah, as again, coming back to what Susoban said, uh, even in queer spaces, right, men are, the men's voice, or the people who present as men, their voice is heard more, right? Still, right? So in that sense, right, being an ace man, right, if you could, kind of learn from, you know non-male experiences, right, even trans men experiences, right, and queer experiences and non-binary experiences and women's experiences, right? So I think that would kind of benefit the whole ace community, right? Right, ace men learning from the, broader ace community and not bringing their, same, patriarchal patriarchal dynamic would kind of benefit the whole ace community. And yeah, I think it's not an abstraction, right? It happens, right? Men, knowingly or unknowingly, do bring, right, the masculine stuff, right? The, we could say, toxic, masculine stuff to the spaces, right? Then, so it's up to ace men, and it's up to men in general as well, right, to not do that, right, to actively challenge that in the spaces they go, in the spaces they inhabit, right? So yeah, yeah I think Susaban said it very nicely. That would kind of, benefit the whole ace community and ace men, I think. Yeah, if ace men, mm, kind of accepted, right, that they were ace enough, right? Right, this is enough. The way I am is enough to, challenge the heteropatriarchal norms, right? Then I think, yeah, it will help, because of the privilege as well, and because they would be also actively challenging the heteropatriarchal, allonormative, and amatonormative notions within the way spaces they inhabit. So yeah, I think that would help. Yeah.
I can add more. As a trans man, I have to always fight for my identity in layers. And I don't just walk through the world and as someone who is asexual, and I also live as a trans man who had to claim that identity in the world that didn't want to believe me. And That fight has taught me a lot, and I think rest of the aspect community can also learn from it too. And I have learned how deeply people connect identity with behavior. People think being a man must come with dominance, desire, and aggression, and especially the sexual desire. Uh, when I say I don't experience any of that, people don't know what to do with me. And they question if I'm really a man, but I am. Uh, I have had to hold on the truth even when it's not reflected back at me. Nita. And from that, I have learned the power of self definition. I have learned that who I am doesn't need to understand to be valid. And that lesson of living as myself, even no one get it. Someone think in many aspects floors can connect with it. Funny वाला side. अनि अनि अरू के थियो? Uh, and as a trans man, and I had to face like gatekeeping, people who think being ace makes less trans and less of a man. But I have come to realize that we can shape our own path. There is no one way to be anything. And that's something I hope the ace and arrow community hold close. We are diverse, and every way we exist is real. And most of all, like I have learned to be soft in the face of hardness, to build my identity not on what I'm missing, but on what I am. And that kind of quite grounded strength is something we all carry in the aspects community. And I hope we keep lifting each other up with it.
I wish there were emojis. Am I? Are there emojis? So I just wanted to do the heart one.
Yeah.
No. Yeah, I couldn't find either.
I think we were also, supposed to, or we are also trying to talk about neurodiversity a bit, right? So there's a question, right? Uh, one, I'll read it out, right? If you have, what words of support and encouragement do you have for ace men like me who struggle with their identity and finding community? Well, I think you look around you, right? From my experience, what I would say is, right, I don't think I have, advice like do this 1 2 3, right? From my experience, what I'd say is look around you, right? Look around the women in your life, right? Because compulsory heterosexuality and heteropatriarchy has also been forced to them, right? So you could learn from their experiences as well, right? The women don't have to be as big, right? uh, I think that begins from that. And also there's no there's no I there's no quick fix for this, right? For anything, right? So you do show up, uh, you go as you are, right? You don't have to feel right, not age enough or not enough, or uh, not queer enough, or not healed enough, right? You don't have to feel that, and you can go to the spaces as you are and as you feel right now, right? So the S community will definitely be with you and be, I think, from my experience, I can say that the S community, the erase community, the neurodivergent community has been with me, right? uh, Even when I've not, you know, uh, been at my best, I guess. So yeah, I think, mm, just go out and be there at your own pace and you know try, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think again, as for the question Exponential 7 asked about, one more question for the panel if you have time. What words of support and in thankfully we do have time, we have 10 more minutes. So, what words of support and encouragement do you have for ace men like me, like them, like him? For I'm not sure what your pronouns are, but who struggle with their identity and finding community, right? So, I think the main thing that needs to be internalized is masculinity can coexist with um, aceness, with aspectness. I think that's a very important reminder because like AMAP people, those who were socialized as male, but also those who weren't. AFAB folks, those who were socialized as women, those who probably were socialized in a more gender neutral way, right? Even they are fed the notion that masculinity, I am not sure what's happening in my background, are fed the notion that masculinity correlates with compulsory or hypersexuality. So I think the first thing that needs to be internalized, that you need to internalize, that anybody watching this needs to internalize, men, woman, non-binary, or whatever gender identity and expression you belong to, needs to internalize is that masculinity does not the masculinity does not equal to compulsory and hyper hetero normativity and sexuality. So I think that also I think regarding finding my community, right? I only found out about Nepali aspects in 2021 because we were in 2020, right? So when I didn't have access to the Nepali aspects community, the place I found community was Reddit. There's a subreddit called Ace. There's a subreddit called Asexuality. There are actually two subreddits called Asexuality, I think so. But there are also subreddits for aromanticism. There are also subreddits for arrowist folks. So for me, that is where I found community. That is where I ended up getting answers to a lot of the questions that I didn't have the answers to. So even something as simple as a Reddit group or a Twitter group or an Insta group, Discord is actually really really good. Discord is really good with a lot of queer identities and communities, and even the different intersections of it. So there are a lot of ace communities as well. I personally am not a part of one, but I would love to actually help you out to find out communities on Discord. And even if those communities don't exist, or you feel like you're not relating to the experiences that those communities have, because I didn't for a lot of those things, because I grew up in the global south, while a lot of the people in those communities were from the global north. So a lot of the experiences, I remember we had this discussion before this panel about garlic bread being a very American norm. So what are the different alternatives we have for in our different cultures? So I think maybe it's time, if we don't have what garlic bread could mean for us in our culture, in the same way we don't have an existing community yet, I think it takes a lot of hard work, it takes a lot of going through disappointments, going through a lot of hurdles, but also it might be really fulfilling to actually start your own community, because and it can start as something as very simple to do, difficult to start, simple to do. Something like what MNK is really active in the chats right now. So MNK is the founder of Nepali Specs. If you didn't get to attend the spotlight session earlier today, so there was no ASPEC community in Nepal. So MNK started an Instagram page and gradually found a lot of ASPEC buddies. So I think if a community, despite searching really hard and despite all the struggle of choosing one, you don't find one, I think there's always space to create that. But even if not, there are spaces like Reddit, there are also spaces like Avon, Discord servers, right? So those places, I think definitely you can find your community. Another one, I think this really helped me, this might help you or it might not help you, but watching like ace men YouTubers talk about their experience properly, or watching shows that have an affirming ace character, for example Torchavis in Bojack Horseman, right? I related to Todd not just because he was also AMAB and ace spec, but also because a lot of the childishness, or maybe looking at things with curiosity kind of lens, that I feel like a lot of those characters I also exhibit. So I think watching some of those shows with reaffirming characters or reading books with reaffirming characters, I think can also help find internal peace in some ways, even if you can't find the community, for example. And I think um, knowing that you're ace, having access to even spaces like aces never sleep, right? Aces never ever sleep. So i I mean, a lot of people don't even know that this awesome live stream exists, but you did, right? And you got to hear what we said and maybe related to a lot of those things that we said and maybe affirmed a few things for you. I think this actually, this online world, learning from it actually gives us an opportunity to spend time with ourselves too. So we are exploring our, and again, if this feels like making assumptions about where you are in your journey, I really apologize for that. But for someone who's recently discovering their aspectness as a man, I think even spending time with yourself, because as a man you're not allowed to spend time with yourself. You are expected to be social at all times. You are supposed to do a lot of talking and not a lot of listening. So I think a lot of listening, a lot of self reflection, and a lot of healing, like B mentioned, right? How do you define closeness? So if you realize that you don't experience sexual attraction, what kind of attractions do you experience? Do you experience romantic attraction? Oh, you don't? Oh, great. How about platonic attraction? How about sensual attraction? How about aesthetic attraction? There's a whole world out there, right? So even if we don't get access to an immediate community that has all the resources that we need and all the answers that we need and all the support that we need, we can develop it. We also need to be in peace with ourselves. We also need to be educated about a lot of things, and we also need to just sense make of what being a spec means to you. And I think the last thing that I think I have two things to add, so I'll try to finish it really quick. But I think one thing I really do want to add is, I think being brought up in a gender segregated way, like P was talking about and Sid was talking about, you're expected, you are filled with this expectation that as a man you'll only relate to a man, as a woman you'll only relate to a woman. But I am an AMAP person, socialized as a man. I have very little to relate with men, but I have a lot to relate with trans men, trans women, non-binary people, and cis women. There's a lot that I relate. There's a lot about my emotional perspective, my social perspectives that I really relate. So even if you cannot find an exclusively ace male community, I think having access to whatever aspect community exists, it's always helpful. The Even if you don't relate on the man versus woman part, you'll relate on the aspect part. And I think the final thing to really affirm yourself with, and if you're struggling with it, I think something that you really need to remember and internalize is that you're not broken. You may feel like it. You are not unloved. You may feel like it. But the feeling disappears. The feeling might come in phases. The feeling might come in cycles. But there's a whole world that cares for you. Even if you can find that in your physical space, you'll be able to find that in your online spaces, and whatever aspect community that you can get access to, or even whatever queer community that you can get access to. Because I might have felt excluded by queer people, non-aspect queer people, but I've also felt really affirmed by them in a lot of places. So I think it's about being creative, looking into yourself, and always looking for the opportunity, always being creative, or not creative, always being curious about how I can learn about myself, build myself, and find that community. So I think that should really help. We are at the
Yeah.
end of the thing. So I think for me, I think that's a great point for me to end on. So I'm passing it on to B and Zion to yeah, have their remaining thoughts.
I'd like to be short and say that, I think I speak for, every aspect person in the world when I say that, finding and building and being in community has been hard, right? So it's a universal ace experience, right? So by saying that, I'm not, diminishing the difficulties that exponential 7 is having, right? I'm saying that it's a shared difficulty, right? It's a shared experience, right? we all have that, right? So I think I'd like to say that, yeah, you have not been alone, and you are not alone in, feeling like, finding community is hard, being in community is hard, right? We all go through that, right? And we all try to be in community despite that, right? And yeah, sometimes we can be there, and sometimes we have to, isolate ourselves, right? uh, Sometimes we can work for the community, sometimes we can find the community, right? Sometimes we can put effort to find the community, and sometimes we, you know kind of sort of be the, couch potato, right? So that is universal, right? Queer experience, right? And also universal airways experience. So yeah, I'd like to say that you are not alone in that, and there are a lot of people in the same place and in the, same state that you are in, and we are also in the same state that you are in. So yeah, wherever, you feel comfortable, right, with the global aspects, with the Nepali aspects, you can connect and you can talk about it, right? So the spaces, the community we have built, right, uh, or that already exists, right? Like, let's say we as members of Nepali Speaks would say Nepali Speaks, right? And all the communities that are there, right, you can reach out to them. And yeah, it's right, it's not, the community, uh, I don't think, the community will and does respect, the the stuff that you go through, because everyone goes through the same stuff in the community, right? So the difficulty comes from that, the feeling that, the community, sort of, right, will not, meet you where you are, right? Because you feel that, right, when you look for community, right? The feeling that you have is that the community will may not meet me where I am. Maybe the community has gone further along in their exploration of asexuality or aceness, right? So when when ace people who explore, when ace people who question their identity build a community, right? They I think we as Nepali aspects and other race communities try to, uh, I think that's the purpose of building a community, right? We try to get to people where they are, right? We try to help them from where they are, and we try to also learn from them, right? So yeah, I think you will, I think, find the community you are looking for. It's going to be a bit hard, right? It has been hard for every one of us. So yeah, I wish you luck. There's best wishes for you, and you can connect to us as well, and all these communities in the world, right? Yeah. Also, sorry, S has posted that we can go over time a bit. I don't know how much we can go over time. Uh,
Zahan, are you here? I think, I mean, we can look towards wrapping up as well, because I know
yeah,
Em and Kenzie
Um,
have also planned a few things.
I think we have
Anna?
to end this now. Thank you
No,
so
no,
much,
have your
everyone.
closing thoughts.
Mm, And happy IAD once again. And thank you so much, IAD, for giving this opportunity. And this is my first time I'm sharing my experience as a ace trans man. And I think that's it.
Yeah, thank you so much. Happy ID. IAD. IAD. Yes.
yeah. Also, yeah.
Yes, we can't hear you. There's some kind of voice, but it's not very audible.
Do you hear me now? Okay,
Yeah,
sorry. I always
Yes,
forget.
yes.
So Manita wrote, I'm here, raw-hearted, crying my eyes out, as knows my custom of ending IAD live streams in tears. In fact, I didn't know if it was rude to comment on it, but you did. Tears of joy shall continue today as well. So proud of you all. I'm not going to read that because I would probably butcher that. So please help me.
yes, he's saying lot of respect, love to everyone, everywhere,
Oh.
every respect, everywhere.
Oh, thank you, Manita. Yeah, I told you that if you want to go over time a bit, it's no problem, just so that you could answer all the lovely comments that you're receiving in the chat. This was really an amazing panel, and I wanted to thank you so much for this. I really hope we can keep on doing things like this in the future, and the future of Aces Never Sleep, and on whatever project we have together. It is now time to move to another link. So we are, I think we are like, yeah, we are more than halfway. We did more than 12 hours. So we are more than halfway. Okay, and great. We are doing great for now. I will ask if there's someone who can put the new YouTube link in the private chat so that I can post it and put it on screen. We are moving to the next link, and the next panel is the A-Spec takeover hour. So we're gonna have like 2 hours. It was meant to be 1 hour, but it's gonna be 2. First with Manita again. So we're probably gonna have a break anyway, so that Manita can have some time to collect herself and enjoy the tears of joy, because I think you have to leave the tears of joy. So I'm gonna put the link in the chat. Oh, it's already there. Okay, I've been beaten to it. The tech support, like, one round of applause for the tech support, which is amazing. Yeah, really amazing. So showing this on stage. I have to ask you one thing before that. Can you repeat me your names? Because I'm probably going to do the closing, the closing, and I don't want to mess up panelists' names. So,
Well, my name is Bizay, Bizay, and we have Sushovan, and we have Jion, Jion.
thank you so much. Also, I think there
You wanna
was
give it a
Sid
try?
that couldn't participate because of technical problems. Sid,
Hey,
right?
we have Sid as well, right? Sorry.
Do you want to like try it out? Do you want to try pronouncing
Yes,
all of
I
our
do.
names and
Okay.
we'll tell you if it's correct or not?
Shushovan.
Sushovan,
Bhan.
Sushovan.
Shushovan.
Bhan.
Bhan.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
Shushovan.
perfect. That one's yes.
Okay. Wait. Phonetic alphabet, please help me. Bize.
Yeah, that's about it. BJ, yeah.
It's like more of a je. Bije.
Yeah, it's a ja.
Oh, bije. Okay. Sorry. Zion.
Yeah.
Zion.
Yes.
Okay. And
Yes.
the last one was said
Sid, yeah.
Sid.
Zed. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
That was good.
Hope you're going to
I
forgive
wanted
me.
to
But
do it for my own entertainment. I asked you to pronounce it, but then you like did well, so there's nothing to make fun of.
oh, but wait. It's gonna be 4 a.m. when I do the closing. So I will probably mess it up because of the. So you will be able to make fun of me at that point. Don't you worry.
Love that for me.
Sure, Shaban. I really have to get this right. So I don't know if people is already going to the part 4. See you there, people. We're moving there. Thank you so much. I could call you Nepali aspects activist, but that would be like what a coward would do. I will try to pronounce every single name.
You're not
so
coward.
yeah. I'm no coward. So see you. I really hope that I can see you again next year or before. I really want to come to Nepal and meet you all, guys. Literally, sometimes I look at how much the prices for tickets is, and it's a lot. And so I give up. But I at least once or twice a year I see some amazing events you organize. And I look up prices for planes to come to Nepal. So yeah, see you. Thank you so much. I'm gonna close the stream now, and we're going to the next part. Bye.
Okay, bye.
The IAD.
Bye.
Bye, everyone.
Bye-bye.
So just thought I'd pop in to say hi to the 17 people who are still watching. Please do go over to the next part, which is in the is shown on the screen and is in the comments. Or take a break, obviously, if you need a break. Aces do sleep sometimes. And I will close the stream. See y'all.